Huda, welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like really excited. I'm overwhelmed as fuck. Overwhelmed in like a good way and like in multiple ways. Like
Yeah.
I'm not even like sitting here and I'm like, I'm overwhelmed. Like I can't do it. It's like an overwhelming, like it's just, I'm taking everything in all at once. I think anyone would.
Can you explain a little bit, like what have the past 48 hours since leaving the villa been like for you?
I think really like right now I'm just trying to make sure that everything like is good with the people that I'm really close with and that I hold dear to my heart. For example, like my daughter, like my family, like those are the people that I've checked on this entire time. Like I haven't texted anybody back at all.
How many texts do you have? So many.
Girl, so many.
Hundreds.
I haven't, and like the only other person I've called is my best friend.
Okay.
That's it.
Throughout the season, you were one of, if not without a doubt, the most polarizing person on the show.
So I've been told.
People either absolutely adore, love you, or there are people that like it actually feels like hate you and like do not fuck with you at all.
Yeah.
Why do you think that this is the case?
I think that honestly, I think perception's everything. And I feel like not all the time things are shown in the way that they are like perceived on TV. And I mean, I know who I am as a person. I think that's what really matters. I feel like if people are hating on me, okay, fuck you. Like I don't give a fuck. Like, why does it matter? As long as the people that I love are close to me and like that care about me and they, you know, see me for who I actually am, like that's truly what matters to me. And I'm very, very, very blessed to have so many people that do love me and support me because I feel like the good outweighs the bad in all honesty. And yeah, I try to pay the hate like no mind. To be honest, like you don't know me. You don't know me at all.
I was going to ask you, like, now that you have had your phone back and have gotten maybe like a brief second in between, like no sleep. Actually, I was going to say no sleep club, another club. You haven't.
Girl, I haven't. I'm not outside. I'm not.
You're sitting.
Girl, I'm sat.
You're like this with your sunglasses. The meme of
no,
you.
Dad,
like,
just sitting.
No, you're not moving. You're not moving. But I was going to ask, like, now that you've gotten to maybe see a couple of like your mentions, like, what comments have been like negatively the most shocking to you?
Oh fuck, I really don't pay that shit no mind. The craziest thing I've heard is that people called CPS on me. I was like, are you so serious right now? First of all, my daughter's dad was fully aware of what I was doing. He was fully okay with it. He signed consent. We had that conversation. We're fine. Me going on a show does not make me a bad person. You know how many mothers are, you know, doing tours around the world who are doing all these things and they can't see their kids. It's like, it doesn't make you a bad mom to do something for yourself in that way at all.
Yep. Thank you.
I'm just like, I don't understand it because it's just like, you guys just have nothing better to do at this point. And, you know, I know that I'm a good mom. I'm with my daughter 24/7. Me and her dad, we split custody. So like, I have her Sunday through Fridays, and then he has her the days that I don't have her. And so I have her majority of the time. I'm with her 24/7. Like I do the pickups and drops offs at school. I pack her lunches. You know, I'm there to give her a pep talk if a kid's being mean to her in class. Like I'm there for her through and through. She tells me about the boys she likes. Like we do the hee hee ha haing. Like we put perfume on in the mornings together. We brush our teeth in the same sink, even though I have a double sink. She brushes it in my sink with me every morning. I do her hair every morning. We do outfits together in the morning. Like all of that stuff. Anytime I put a dress on, she's like, you look so beautiful, mommy. Like she's my hype woman. Someone says something mean to me, she's like, don't talk to my mom like that. Mind you, she's 4.
Dude, I mean, I have questions like later on that I want to talk to you about because that was like a point people were talking about is like you and your family and all of it. But like I can imagine coming out of the villa and just as a human being, but most importantly as a mother, understandably, immediately your gut reaction is to address that because like that's your blood, that's your daughter. Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
The only thing I was worried about as soon as I walked out of that villa was my daughter.
Yeah.
That is the main thing I wanted to address. I could care less about hatred from people. I care more about her safety and if she's okay.
Hidden Valley Ranch now comes in a new easy squeeze bottle. The same ranch you love, just in a new easier to use bottle. New look, same great flavor. Hidden Valley Ranch is the original ranch, the brand that created ranch in 1954. Recently, Hidden Valley Ranch changed its packaging, moving from the original paddle bottle to new easy squeeze bottle. The new bottle offers a lot of benefits, including making it easier to just get the right amount of ranch out without making a mess and helping you get out every drop. Hidden Valley Ranch is America's #1 ranch. Visit walmart.com/Hidden Valley for a new easy squeeze bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch today. Hidden Valley Ranch, only serious about flavor. Okay. There has been so much conversation about your character, how you treated other islanders, whether or not your behavior was toxic. And we are going to get into all of it tonight. But I think in order to have like an actual productive conversation, I want to get to know you a little bit better before we get to your Love Island days. Okay. So let's go back. I want to talk to you about your childhood.
Yes.
What was it like in your house growing up?
So growing up, so my parents, they immigrated to America and got their citizenship. And my dad, he had his own business, and my mother, she was a teacher. And, you know, we weren't like fortunate as kids. Like my mother and father had 5 kids. So it's like, and they immigrated here, no family, nothing. So I wasn't raised with money. I wasn't raised with that. We played with sticks outside. We didn't have phones, so we were like 16, 17. Like, you know, I'm not a, what is it, privileged child. I was never that. And growing up, my dad was extremely abusive. He was very abusive, like towards my mother, towards me and my siblings. Like a vivid memory I have as a kid is like, I don't even know how old I was, but I remember hearing my dad like beating the shit out of my mom in the room. And I remember like finally, like I think someone got the door open, and I just remember seeing my mom's face, like her glasses were broken. And then I just see him snatch her head back and slam the door. Like I'm gonna cry. Like that's literally like that was my childhood. Can I have a tissue?
Yes, there's tissue. I got you.
Damn, we just started, Alex. Hold on a second.
You're good.
I'm definitely about to start my period. Like, there's no fucking way I'm not.
I'm on mine, so we'll just fucking cry together.
Alex, you're making me sync with you. Should I stuff this one?
Yeah, just put it there.
Okay, right. So, but yeah, so I grew up in an extremely abusive household. Not needless to say, like I did have a fun childhood though. I think me and my siblings were extremely close in the midst of the chaos. Like we were very, very close. My sister, she would get us away from all that. She would like take us on little, we would call it the dinosaur trail. And it was like this dirt road because they were doing construction. Sometimes you would see like deer tracks and whatnot. And like sometimes she would do things to make it look cooler, to make us think there were dinosaurs and stuff. Like that's like the things we would have fun with. We'd go in the creek and we'd play in the creek. Like, we would do all these things as kids.
And of the 5 kids, where were you in the lineup?
I'm the youngest.
I, even in like writing this interview, like I had no fucking idea about anything about you because there's not anything really on the internet about your life.
They didn't put it on the show either?
No, that you didn't talk about any of this on the show.
Oh, that's crazy.
When you're talking about your dynamic with your parents and specifically your father being abusive, being the youngest, because I can imagine you're talking about your sister kind of like being the one that's getting you guys out of the house. But how do you think being the youngest in an abusive household impacted your personal development?
I think I was a lot more persuasive being a lot younger. So I was a lot more persuasive in terms of like giving me sweets and like buying me things and, you know, doing things towards me and hurting me and then saying, oh, here's this, or like doing things and, you know, saying, you know, I'll go take you here if, you know, whatever. And that happened to me a lot as a child as well. Like, and then at one point, you know, when my parents separated, I was in like the 4th grade, I believe. And my mom, I remember when my dad was at work, we packed up everything and we left. And my mom, she got it. We lived in like this 2-bed, 1-bath apartment that was like, I think it's like $600 rent, I'm pretty sure. No washer and dryer. We would go to the laundromat. Like me and all my sisters were in a room. My brother was in his own room. My mom slept on the couch. It wasn't even a couch. It was a when you know those outdoor like futon things, outdoor like futon things, and they have like the wooden railing things on them, and then like it's like just a cushion. That's what my mom would sleep on every single night because she didn't want to take a bedroom.
What was the breaking point for her to get you guys out?
I'm not 100% sure exactly what her breaking point was. I think maybe it possibly could be her support system on the people on the outside that saw this happening.
Do you have a relationship with your father? Do you speak to him?
I haven't talked to my dad in 8 years. Yeah, I stopped talking to him when I was 16. There's a really valid reason as to why I'm not speaking to him. My dad there was a lot of times where I was alone with my dad, and there's things that like my family doesn't believe me about. Tissue. So damn, girl, you got me crying on the show. I know that friggin' period is coming and it's on its way to us very soon.
Period or not, Huda, like this is some
girl, trust me, when I was with the psychologist, I like talked to her about all these things and I was just crying. Cause it's like you relive it when you talk about it. Ooh, hold on.
Take your time.
So anyway, there's a lot of things that happen. I don't want to go like too much into detail. But I kept a lot of things to myself, and then there was a point where I got really scared, and I remember calling my mom and just telling like, please pick me up, like please pick me up. And she was like, what's wrong? Like, I can't, I have to get you tomorrow. Like she was working like 3-4 jobs. This woman would not sleep. She would sleep like 3-4 hours, and we would never really see her as much because she was working all the time. We would eat frozen food and Wendy's, and she's like, I can't. I was like, I was crying. I was like, please pick me up. I would lock myself in the bathroom. My dad went in his office and was like working, and I like tiptoed out when she was there, and I like grabbed my things and I like tiptoed past his office because the floor would creak sometimes. So I was so scared, and so I tiptoed out and I like closed the door really quietly, and I just told her, I was like, please go, please go, please go. Like I was like, please get out, like get me out of here. And to this day, like I don't think anyone in my family believes anything that I say about that.
Why?
I have no idea. Maybe it's hard to believe.
Yeah.
But I just accepted that I know what was going on.
Yeah.
And you know, I had listened to like podcasts about certain things leading up to a lot with my dad, and it made me realize like I don't want to say grooming, but like there's a lot of things that were happening. You know, I don't know. My dad hasn't remarried, nothing. Like it's I have no idea the reasonings behind it. So I never really had a father figure growing up in that way, at all.
What was school like for you during all of this?
I always got bullied in school. I think I always was just like unapologetically myself, and that didn't resonate with a lot of people.
Seems like a theme in your life, Huda, that we're gonna get to.
Trust me, there was a lot of things that triggered me in that villa. I will be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
And things that I caught and was clocking and was told that I was being crazy. But I don't know if anything was done on purpose to make me act out in a way. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, I got bullied in school. When I was in middle school, there was a point where like I wanted to take my own life. I did not want to live anymore. Girls, I remember I was friends with these girls, and then like I think it was like 2 of them I was friends with, 2 or 3 of them, and one of them was a new girl. And mind you, I was friends with the other girls. We were all fine, and then the new girl comes, and she's like does modeling, and she does all of these things, and like, you know, I'm just this girl who loves to sing, and she knew I like my dream. I used to watch America's Next Top Model growing up. Like I wanted to model so bad growing up, and you know, I realized I was too short. Like I was like, this is not gonna happen for me. But I was always a dream of mine, and like she knew that, and she would kind of rub it in my face and would be like, oh, you're not even pretty enough to do that. You're not skinny enough. You're not this. I stopped eating for days at a time. Like I remember my math teacher, she would literally be like, what do you need to eat? Like you need to eat something. Like I would never eat anything. I was bulimic. Like I would literally chew food and then spit it into a trash can just to taste it because I thought I wasn't skinny enough.
And did anyone in your life, like your mom or your older sister, did anyone know you were going through this?
I didn't say anything. And like these girls would push me into lockers, throw food on me. Specifically that one girl, she would do that, and other girls would just hee hee ha ha. Kids would harass me in school. They would I remember this one kid who was on the football team, he would grab my ass, he would like pin me against the wall in middle school. People would make racial comments about me, call me a terrorist. This stuff happened to me my childhood. And um leading into like high school, like I had always felt like I got left out of things throughout school. Like in high school, I remember people tried to start bullying me again. I think at that point, before that I had begged God. I was like, please, 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 like please, please get rid of these girls for me. Please, like make this easier for me. Like give me a fresh start, please. To both the girls, they moved away. And I had a chance at a fresh start. And, everyone in school like kind of knew what people were doing. I mean, at least as far as I knew. And I remember someone tried to make a terrorist comment towards me in high school, and I shut that shit down immediately. I was like, I'm going to turn a new leaf and just nip it in the bud. And I did. I nipped it in the bud, and no one said anything about it again. And I remember I was friends with these group of girls in school, and I had always felt left out in things because my mom was really strict on me. Like, she wouldn't let me go to sleepovers. She wouldn't let me go out. Like, she didn't even want me to go to, like, I think we had this thing called, like, tea dance. Like, she didn't want me to do any of those things. I had to beg her to go to prom. And like when I felt left out in things with those friend groups, because they would be like, oh, she can't even go anyway. But it's like, just ask me if I can. Like,
Right? Like just give me like a
let me feel a
bone to
little bit
feel like,
included.
yeah.
I didn't have a phone either. And then I finally got a phone. Like they kind of like, they made me get Instagram. They're like, you need to make an Instagram. You need to make Instagram. I'm like, okay. So I started doing Instagram stuff. And like, I started gaining followers for like my singing videos and things like that. It was a fun moment for me. But in turn, people in school were like, she's so full of herself. She's so cocky. Like, who does she think she is? And, with that friend group that always left me out, I think there was one point where I was sitting with them at the lunch table and I was just like, the girls were laughing about something and I really didn't find it funny. I have a unique sense of humor, I feel like, and sometimes people don't understand it, but like, there's certain things I really don't find funny. And, I'm sitting there and these girls are like, hee hee hawing, like laughing. And I'm just sitting there just like with a straight face, just kind of like wondering like how that is even funny. And they looked at me and they're just like, Huda, like, why are you not laughing? Like, what is it? And I was like, honestly, I don't think any of you guys are really funny. And I really don't want to be friends with you guys. And I got up and I just walked away. And since then, I would go into this dressing room thing that had little mirrors around it. I would practice dance. I used to be a dance captain. I practiced hip hop in there. Was I the number one person in the world? No, but I was still learning. And I would sing in there. I would practice like my acapella stuff in there. I would practice. I was a theater kid. I did a lot of musical theater. Like I practiced all of these things in there by myself. Free period, I'm going to that room and I'm practicing. That's all I would do.
Just even like hearing you explain, I feel like at such a young age, you were getting it from every fucking angle and there was nowhere to go but rely on yourself. Like you talking about being in your household, looking at your mom being physically abused, then it turning to you, being alone with your father in this moment where you're like scared for your life and you're trying to flee a situation that should be the one place you do feel safe. Then you go to school where maybe it's like, let's get some reprieve. Maybe the kids at school can make me forget about my home life. And then you're getting it from your school life and your peers. And it's like, I can't help but think like what that young version of you, how do you not put up this hard wall? How do you not become this person that, like you just said, the minute they made a joke about you and they came at you and they tried to make a racial comment to make you feel less than, one day you decide to be like, no, fuck that. But how many days prior were you crying in the bathroom, sitting alone, crying about it? Like, it's so sad to think about you developmentally, how you had to turn from this like soft loving girl to then like you needed to create this hard exterior literally just to survive. Like, what do you wish you could go back and tell yourself, like sitting here right now with all of this success in like the darkest moments of your life where you mentioned like it got to the point where you literally didn't want to be here anymore?
Fuck him. Fuck him. Like, who gives a fuck? Be yourself. Do what you want to do in life. And this is what I tell my daughter all the time. I'm like, do what you want to do. Stop caring about what other people think. Because there's times where kids will be mean to her, and I'm just like, honey, like, you're so smart and you're beautiful, and you're fun, you're funny. Anyone would hate on somebody like that.
We all know that you are a mamacita. Mamacita.
Of a human child.
Like, you saw that? Were you like,
I died.
How is this the most viral thing
I died. I was like, this is the most viral thing I said, is that I'm a mommy. Like, what's funny? Me and Nick like barely remember that conversation. Mm-hmm. I just remember going into it. I remember I was like, me and Nick were very like goofy people. Mm-hmm. And we don't take shit seriously in conversations when we talk. And, like, there's times where we try to be serious, but always ends off on a funny note. And in that conversation, I remember I wanted to bring it up to him, but because of our nature and like the way we are, I was like, I can't sit here and be serious towards him.
Right, like, Nick, I have a big thing Nick, to tell you.
I'm so sorry, but like, this is so serious, and
or you're gonna fuck around.
I am a mother, and I really want you to understand. Like, I didn't want to do that. I'd be like, guess what? Like, because that's how we are. Me and him were goofy as shit.
But the point I was bringing that up for is, you are a mother. You have a daughter, a gorgeous daughter.
Thank you.
How did you meet her dad?
Tinder.
Stop. Oh my God, you need to do like your first brand deals with
Tinder. Listen, it may not always work out, but you might have a fun time. Like, literally. So we
dead.
So we met on there. I remember I was like 18.
Okay.
And I think this is the first time I ever moved out of my mother's house, because I was just sick of being controlled at that time. Everyone's rebellious. You're getting controlled your whole life. You're told you can't go on sleepovers. You're told you can't do X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. It's like, finally, I'm 18. I have freedom. I can do whatever I want to do. And I moved out. I was living with these 2 other girls, and I decided, I was like, okay, I'm going to talk to whoever I want to talk to. I'm going to go out. I'm going to do this. I had my fun when I was 18. And I think that's why I'm like not really big on like going out now. Like,
you're like, I did it.
I did the thing.
That was enough.
You know the thing?
Yeah.
I did it.
You did that. Okay, wait. How would you describe your early stages of that relationship with him?
We were very lovey. We got very lovey very fast. Very lovey-dovey. Like, I really liked him a lot. And for me, I always tell people, I'm like, you can always tell when I really like somebody and when I really don't. You can always tell. It's like 0 to 100. Like, you can 100%. I can't lie. I cannot lie.
I know you told us you're sitting there with the girls and you're like, you're not funny.
No.
Literally.
Like, I can't sit here and act like I like you when I don't. I can't be fake. Like, if I sit here, I'm just like, oh my God, like, I love you.
You're like fuck off.
No, I'm like, can you just leave me the fuck alone, please? Like, get away from me. Like,
so you really, really liked him.
I did. I really, really liked him off the jump. Like, we were very, very close, very fast. But in that, he did cheat on me, and that doesn't make him a bad person. He just made bad decisions.
Okay, wait. Before you got pregnant, did you guys have conversations about like what you wanted your future to look like together?
We obviously wanted to move in together. The goal was marriage. Like, that was always a thing. Like, we were very locked in with each other at that time. We would always, a lot of the videos got out. Like, we made so many cute videos together. We would go to the beach 1,000,000 times together.
Can you take me to the moment when you found out that you were pregnant?
Bitch. Girl. I remember this was after he cheated on me when I was in Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico with my sister for the first time ever.
Okay.
First time ever on vacation with her. First major vacation. I was really excited. It was a good time until it wasn't. And then I remember, I had his location. And at this time, hell yeah, when someone's cheating on you multiple times, you're going to get a little toxic and go a little crazy. And I'm checking that man's location like nobody's business on this vacation. Because he cheated on me so many times. But I was naive. At that time. I took him back 1,000,000 fucking times.
Okay, I do want to emphasize you were 18. At 18.
Exactly. This is like what? Like 6 years ago?
I know. But now we do got to get better. But I agree.
I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I don't even care. Like, no. Now, girl, guys have given me the location. I forget that I have it.
Okay, perfect.
Like,
you're too tired.
I'm tired, Grandpa. Like, I don't want to do that shit, man.
Okay, so you're 18. You're getting toxic because he's cheated a couple times, and you're like, I'm on to you, motherfucker. I'm in Puerto Rico. What happens?
Girl. So I'm looking through, seeing where this man is going, right? And I remember there was one night particularly, he was not answering the phone. And I was just like, okay, this man is up to something. I was like, he has to be cheating on me because that was the only logical answer. And to my surprise, he was cheating on me. So I was like, okay, cool. Great. So I remember I was just going off on him because he was not answering his phone. He was at this random house. And we had to talk because he wouldn't let me go to clubs or anything.
Oh.
And I wasn't like allowed to go to parties. I had lost a lot of my friends at the time because like every time I would hang out with him, he would like blow up my phone. And, you know, mind you, I feel like I blew up his phone too. Like, it's not like it was just him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was doing shit too.
There was a cycle that was being created.
Yeah, it was a very toxic relationship. And basically, he was at this house. I'm calling. He's not answering. Then I see his car leaving early in the morning, like just leaving that house. He's calling me. He's like, I just got a ticket. Like, I'm late to work. I just got a ticket. I'm just like, where were you? I was home. This is when he was in the barracks in the military. And so he told me he was in the barracks. Brother, did you forget I had your location? Like,
I've been tracking your house like my Uber
like,
Eats order. Like,
literally, I'm like, bestie girl, I'm on like a hawk. Like, I'm looking at your ass going.
You're
I'm
like
you're
zooming.
You're going 71 miles per hour. It's back down to 60. Like, I'm looking at the whole shebang. like,
I know what route you took. Okay?
Literally, I know the way you go home from work. Like, I saw the whole thing. But no, I'm just kidding. But like, I was just like, all right. You definitely weren't home. I'm not crazy. I'm texting his friend. His friend, I guess, told me, he said that he slept at his place, like his friend's place in like the barracks room.
Yeah.
And then I asked him where he slept last night. He slept in his own room. So the math wasn't mathing.
You're like, one of you is fucking lying, you idiot.
In the middle of this conversation, I get a DM. Hey, girly. I was like, be so for real. My intuition never lies. I'm like, oh my God. I looked at that shit and I was like, wow. I got pictures of them in bed together.
No.
Yeah. I was like, damn, that's crazy.
Not the hey girly.
Yeah. And I was just like, okay, cool. Yeah. Then that whole thing happened. Then he was like, said a lot of things to convince me to take him back, which I did. And I was naive.
I get it. Anyone that's judging didn't have one of those first true, like, so madly in love toxic relationships.
Everyone has one.
I had one and it was horrible, and it fucks you up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's intoxicating because when you're in love for the first time, you don't really understand anything else.
I never had a good example growing up. Like, I never had anyone to guide me in that way at all. I thought when I became 18. And mind you, I didn't have my first kiss until after high school. I didn't have sex until after high school. Like, I thought it was like a fairy tale. I thought it was like Disney. Swear to God, I'm watching all these things. I'm watching all these Disney movies, and I'm just like, oh my God, like, it's gonna be like that. And he's gonna look at me from a costume and be like, hey, like, I'm thinking it's like gonna be some cute lovey shit, bitch. When I lost my virginity. And that man was sleeping with one of the girls who bullied me in school. I was like, be so for real. This shit is not what I thought it was.
You're like, this is a horror movie.
I'm dead ass. Dead ass.
What is this shit?
Literally.
Dude, you had a rude awakening coming.
Literally. I know I haven't gone on the pregnant topic yet. But
okay, yeah, we're getting there.
Sorry, I have ADHD.
I won't let you forget.
Thanks, Queen.
How the fuck did you find out you're pregnant?
Okay, so after that happened, I remember we were all hanging out, like having a little party, whatever. I remember I was going up the stairs, and I remember me and his friends crossed paths. I remember I was lit as shit this time. And I was just like, I looked at his friend, I was like, I think I'm pregnant. And he looked at me and he was just like, no. And I was like, yeah. He's like, no. And then I remember I had eaten Taco Bell and I threw that shit up everywhere. And then this is also when I found out I was allergic to Tylenol. So I took a Tylenol and I found I was allergic to that. So that was another thing. I had a fever after that. Not a good time. You know, morning sickness plus a fever, not great. So anyway, after that, we were going home and I was like, okay, we need to buy a plan B. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's go buy plan B. We go to Walmart. Okay, we go to Wally World. And I was like, all right, let's go buy plan B. We're going to the thing. I'm looking at the pregnancy test. I'm like, do you think we should buy a pregnancy test? He's just like, why? I was just like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like we should buy one. And he was just like, okay, but why? I was like, okay, well, you know, we're not really rich right now. I was like, the plan B is more expensive than the pregnancy test. Imagine if I'm pregnant, we can just return the plan B. So that was my logic. I was like, all right. And I go in the Walmart bathroom and I pee on this stick. I put it back in the box And I walk out and he's just like, what did it say? I'm like, I don't know yet. It's still developing. He's like, okay. We walk to the car. We get in the car. We sit down. He's like, all right, you want to open it? I was like, yeah. Open that shit. Pregnant. I said, oh. We started crying. We started crying. We was in shock. I was in shock. I was crying. I was like, what do I do? I'm talking to my best friend. I'm like, girl, what do I do? And she's just like, Huda, like, do whatever you want to do, whatever you feel is right, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And long story short, we kept breaking up and getting back together. He deployed. We kept fighting the entire time. He still was talking to other girls. Like, it was like a whole thing. And yeah, that was the story of how I found out I was pregnant.
How did your family react?
So I actually kept it from my mom for like 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
Kept it from everybody for 3 or 4 months. I didn't know how to do this at all. I didn't even know I was supposed to go to the doctors. I didn't know anything. No one taught me anything. So I didn't know what to do. And I just kept her growing inside of me. I didn't go to an OBGYN. I didn't go to anything. I just was pregnant. And I didn't get checked at all, nothing. And I remember, I think like 3 or 4 months in, I was getting a little bit bigger. We would go to the grocery store, me and my mom, and like, I would be craving things. And she kind of looks and she's like, moms know. So I remember there was one time I was in my room, and this is back when I moved back in with her. And I was in my room and she came to like give me a hug. She said something and like I hugged her. I'm a big hugger. She came and gave me a hug. And then she goes, you're getting chunky, like chubby, like you're getting a little chubby. And I'm just like, oh shit. Like, I have to tell her.
You got to tell her.
And I'm sitting in my room just like contemplating. I'm like, fuck, like, what do I do? What do I do? So I'm like, Mom, she was cooking. I was like, Mom, I was like, I have something to tell you. I was like, can you please come to the room? And she walks to my room. And then she sits down on the bed. And I'm like, Mom, I was like, I did something bad. And my mom is extremely religious. She's Muslim, so she's extremely religious. I was like, I did something bad. And she's just like, did you hurt somebody? I said, no. Did you do drugs? No. She's like, just was listening to things. She's like, did you do this? I'm like, no. And she goes, are you pregnant? And I just start crying. And she sat there and she looked at me. She goes, don't sin twice. And that's when I knew I was going to keep my daughter. And yeah, that's the story of how I told my mom.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how did you decide to end that relationship? On, off again, toxic, while you're pregnant, then you have your daughter. Like, when did you end it and how did you end it with him?
So we were together. We moved in together after having her. And then I think like less than a year. I'm not pretty sure how long it was after we moved in together. But I remember there was a lot of things that bothered me in the relationships. Like when my daughter was an infant, like firstborn, I was breastfeeding at the time, and yeah, I was a stay-at-home mother, but I was with her 24/7, never sleeping. And if I got up, she would cry and cry. And it's to the point where when your kid has like colic, you just don't want to hear crying anymore. Like it's like you don't want her to cry. So you will sit there and not eat so she doesn't cry. You'll sit there and not shower for days so she doesn't cry.
Your daughter had colic?
Mm-hmm.
And can you just really make sure everyone understands what that is, just in case they don't know?
So it's like when kids, like they cry for no really apparent reason. Like you can do anything and they will not stop crying. And some mothers go crazy with it. Like I had to keep my cool the whole time. I would just cry because I couldn't do anything. And like one time my mom, she was just like, just sit her in the room, walk out for 5 minutes. She can cry, just come back and just like collect herself a little bit. And like when she would cry in the middle of the night, like I understand he was in the military and he worked a lot, but it's like, this is a team effort. And, being a mom is a full-time job. Like you're with her 24/7. And like in the middle of the night, we were supposed to do shifts. Like if like I had to change a diaper, then it was his turn, then it was my turn. Sometimes he would do it, but a lot of the time it would be like, hey, like I would wake up to her crying. And I'm like, hey, can you come on? Like, can you help me? Can you help me? And he was just like, you do it. And so I would get up and go do it. And, in times like when he would come home, it was like, oh, let me shower first, then I'll make you something to eat. Oh, can I play this video game real quick and then I can make you something to eat? And, or like, I'll be like, can you take her so I can do this? Hold on, let me shower. And mind you, he was a great dad still. He still did good things. Like he still spent time with her. He still was fun with her and stuff like that. But I think a lot of the hardships were on me. And That's also why, like, on the show, like, the baby thing, that triggered the fuck out of me.
Let's get to that because we're gonna get to Love Island. I want to go through that.
Okay,
but
yeah, cool.
So you ended up just realizing this person, it just wasn't gonna work romantically.
It wasn't gonna work romantically. There was a point where, he wasn't very good with his finances, and I was just kind of like realizing what I really wanted in a man, because I was getting older. I was getting less naive. But yeah, so then during that time, like, he wasn't really good with his finances, and we were always late on bills, late on everything. I would do Instacart with my daughter, which is dangerous. I would do Instacart with her and bring her with me to do that because we were so broke. And I would give him all the money that I would make from that, and we were still late on rent. And I remember there was a time where he was like leaving for, I think, training or deployment or something. And we had like 30 days, less than 30 days actually, to move out. And we had to find a new place. I have never found a place before. I had never done anything like that before. Nothing was packed. I had to do everything. And I pack everything. I'm trying to get like some of his friends to help me. Like, I hired people to help me move. Like, I was doing everything by myself. I was losing my mind trying to find a place, like losing my mind. And I finally found one, like literally like 2 or 3 days before I had to move out. And I moved everything in. I put his stuff in the storage room. I left it there. I told him, I said, listen, when you get back, like, you have 2 weeks and that's it. Because what kind of man leaves you with all of that?
A boy.
So I wanted better for myself.
Yeah.
I knew my potential as a woman. I knew my potential in life, and I knew what I wanted to do with my life and what I wanted in life. And I wasn't going to settle.
Nor should you ever. But I can only imagine like the complexity of having a child, but it seems like in a beautiful way, you finally hit that point where you just started to choose yourself. Mm-hmm. And it was probably the best decision you could have made, 100%. But it's so fucking hard to leave.
It was hard to leave. I remember I would cry every day, every single day.
It's easier to stay sometimes.
I would cry every day by myself. He wouldn't know I was crying every day, but I would cry every day. And I would say, I hate my life. I don't want this. Like, I don't want to be with him. Like, I was losing my mind, and I was trying to figure out how I could leave and what I could do to leave. I didn't know what to do. Like, we weren't even kissing anymore.
And when this ended, around how old were you? 22, 21?
21-ish.
21?
Yeah, about 21.
Okay, so now you're 24, right?
Almost 21, I think.
Okay. So now you're 24 and you have all of this going on in your life. And then fast forward, this little show comes along called Love Island, and you decide to go on reality TV. In our hectic, fast-paced lives, we could use some slowing down. Haagen-Dazs is made to be savored and enjoyed slowly. Introducing new Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones, a completely new experience that's worth slowing down for. Daddy gang, you've never had cones like this before, okay? They'll take crunch to a whole new level. Each crispy waffle cone is filled with the velvety smooth ice cream that Haagen-Dazs is known and loved for. Then it's finished with delicious toppings and a decadent bite of sauce waiting for you at the bottom of the cone, okay? Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones come in 4 delicious flavors: vanilla salted caramel, summer berry, triple chocolate fudge, and toasted almond fudge. Boom. Sign me up. You guys know that I have the most hectic days at the office. So when I get home, I love to grab a little treat, toss my phone away, and take a minute to myself. These cones are a must-have in my freezer. I'm obsessed with the summer berry flavor. It's fruity and it's sweet. And seriously, it always hits the spot. It's the perfect way to end a long, 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 stressful day. Ice cream just always hits the spot for me. And these Haagen-Dazs cones are truly the perfect treat. Savor your moment of slow with new Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones available at retailers nationwide. Call Her Daddy is brought to you by White Claw. I don't know who needs to hear this, but you're way too hot to be spending the summer sitting inside scrolling on your phone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop letting plans die out in the group chat. Grab a White Claw and go make some memories, okay? Whether you're yapping poolside, hitting a barbecue, or just kicking back around a fire, a cold White Claw goes perfectly with your summer plans. That's right, Daddy Gang. It is White Claw summer. 100 calories in 12 glorious ounces, gluten-free, and the taste you know and love. I like to pick up a variety pack so that I can guarantee everyone can get their favorite flavors. I am personally through and through always a black cherry girl, but Matt loves the mango and Lauren's favorite is lime. So there's truly something for everyone. It's time to come out of hibernation and stop leaving everyone on red. We're finding a guy with a boat and we're having a damn drink. My friends and I strictly drank White Claw for an entire girls' trip last year. And now I can't even smell sunscreen without being reminded of that trip. It was honestly the best time ever. There is nothing better than warm sun, a tiny bikini, tiny bikini, and an ice cold claw in your hand. That is peak life. Pick up a pack from your favorite local spa and grab life by the claw with your favorite flavor this summer. Please drink responsibly. Hard seltzer with flavors. White Claw Seltzer works. Chicago, Illinois. Tell me how the fuck that came to be. Because I'm literally like, holy shit, dude. Like, just
curveball.
Let's just all pause for a minute. Hearing the beginning half of your fucking life, dude, and then to where you're sitting right now, I know we have a lot of shit to go through. Yeah. I know we have so much to talk about of what the way the internet feels about how you acted and all these things. But like, this is the shit of why I love doing my job, because it's like, we know none of this. We've known none of this. We didn't know about your childhood. And I understand Love Island's not the platform to like be talking about this kind of shit. But when we're judging so intensely someone on reality TV, there's 19 million more chapters that we weren't privy to. And so I appreciate you even opening up a little bit today, because I know there's so much more to these stories and we're getting a preview. But thank you for sharing, because it does give a lot of insight into now what we are about to talk about.
Thank you for asking.
Of course.
Like,
okay. Love Island. How did this come to be?
So I always wanted to do the show. I was always a dream of mine to do the show. I just never knew if I was going to. I remember like when I would go, sometimes I would go on like TikTok live with like at the time, because I was doing social like gym content a lot of times. So I would go on, you know, live sometimes and just talk about gym stuff. And like everyone kept saying like, because sometimes I would say stories like about my dating life, because it's fun like to talk about it. And I would tell people about my dating life, but everyone's like, you should go on Love Island. I could so see you on Love Island. You should do Love Island. Everyone's pushing me for it, like, you should do Love Island. I was like, okay, I met this guy. That's how it all starts. I met this guy, and he knew that I wanted to do Love Island. And it ended up being just like a really toxic thing where it was like, he was not at all who I thought he was. He ended up trying to like rub in my face that they reach out to him. And because he knew I wanted to do it. And then I was like, he might do it. Why the fuck can't I do it? Because he told me it was dumb. So I was like, why the fuck can't I do it? You're rubbing it in my face. So I said, fuck it. I'll apply. I applied traditionally. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do it. And I did. And then I think like a month later or something, I had gotten reached out to. I got reached out to shortly after that. But about a month later, I had my interview. Did that. Months later, another interview. Then I think it was like the final point where I met the producers. Since then, every week, like multiple interviews a week, multiple things that I had to do. Then I remember I flew to Fiji and I manifested this shit, bitch. I'm just like positive. I'm always trying to stay positive, even though regardless of how negative that situation was, like I was staying positive and I was like, I'm going to have this. I would speak it into existence. Like, this is going to be my reality. I'm going to have this. This is what I'm going to do. And I was like, I kept telling myself, I'm going to be an OG. I'm going to be an OG. I kept telling myself that. I was like, I'm going to be an OG. And I remember I came to Fiji, they flew me out, and, you know, I had done all the interviews and whatnot and like all the filming prep work and whatever. And they're like, this doesn't guarantee you're on the show still. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I have anxiety. I'm just like, oh, I like to know things before they happen. And, you know, I'm sitting there and then I get told, we want you in the first lineup. I was just like, my jaw on the floor. Like on the fucking floor, bitch. That shit was that flies were flying in that hoe. And I was like, holy shit, my manifestations are coming true. And I get on the show, doing the whole thing. I think I had a lot of luck on that show in terms of how long I stayed. And I think that whole show is really luck. A lot of it is luck. America's Voting, luck. Like it's luck. How they perceive you, luck.
Okay. Well, we're going to go back to the fucking beginning.
Let's go.
Because I didn't watch all these episodes for nothing, bitch.
Come on,
okay? And you didn't live it for nothing.
Let's do it, boom, chicken boom.
Okay. Day one, couple up with Jeremiah.
Yeah.
What was your first impression of this man?
So when we first saw each other, I remember I thought everyone was really attractive. When he came in, he like I could just when you can just tell when a guy really likes you, the way they look at you.
Yes.
I remember I was like I went to go hug him and like I tripped backwards and he like pulled me in and that like stuck with me. And I was like, it's like a movie. I was like, love it. My childhood dreams are coming true. I remember in that point and then, we, kissed in the heart thing and, he kissed a girl on the cheek and I was like, like, why would a man not do that for me? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, period. Like, we love that. Everyone's like, do you not think it's a red flag? I'm like, damn, like, is that a red flag? I'm like, fuck. I'm like, am I tripping here? Because I'm so used to getting love bombed. At that point, when everyone's like pointing out to me, they're like, do you not think that's a red flag? And I'm sitting there in beach and I'm just like, am I being love bombed? Like, is this not real? I'm like, is this like, am I tripping?
How would you describe your guys' dynamic in the first 24 hours? That first 24 hours off the rip.
Me and Jeremiah?
Yes.
Oh, lovey-dovey as fuck. Like, he was so into me. I was so into him. Like, even on chill days, like, we would always, like, blow kisses from across the room. Like, we would look at each other and be like, and, like, we would get yelled at, be like, stop interacting with each other. Like, we would do all those little hearts to each other, like, blow kisses. Like, we would sneak in the hallway to kiss each other, and, like, we would get in trouble. Like, we would do those things all the time. Like, we would kiss each other all over each other's faces and whatnot. It's very physical.
So you intentionally decided that you wanted to wait to tell Jeremiah about your daughter. Why was waiting important to you?
So I felt like in the dating world, in the real world, I think that people don't really see me as a person and like get to know me fully. I think immediately it's like mom, and they're just like, oh, she's a mom, she's a mom, she's a mom. I'm more than just a mom. Like, I'm Huda. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's more to me than just that. And I was taking this opportunity as a way for people to get to know me first, to decide if they liked me, and then go from there. There's people that have mom fetishes and shit all the time. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to let them get to know me first. And I said this on the show. I don't know if it was ever shown. I haven't watched it back. But, like, I said all of these things.
One of the things that people online have kind of accused you of being slightly manipulative by hiding that part of your life from Jeremiah. Did you feel like you were leading him on and kind of setting him up to fail by keeping this from him?
Not necessarily. Whenever we would have conversations and stuff, and I felt like he was liking me more and more and more as a person, I was like, okay, I can tell he really likes me, so I think this is the right time to tell him. I was terrified to tell him.
Why?
Because I really liked him. I was so scared. Like, I was like, what is he gonna do? Like, I hope he reacts well. I didn't want him to freak out. To be continued. But like, I was just but yeah, so I was just like, okay, I want it to be the right time to tell him. And I did bring it to his attention and we talked about it. I freaking stuttered a lot of the time I said, because I was so nervous. Like, I was so scared to tell him. And yeah, I told him. He told me, he was like, honestly, I find it more attractive than your mom, da 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 da. Did I fully believe him? No. But I told him, I made sure to mention him. I was like, listen, if I'm telling you this, but you do not have to stay with me. I made it very clear. I was like, you do not have to be with me. It is okay for you not to want to be with me. Like, I just wanted to bring this to our attention. Like, if you want to go explore, like, by all means, just let me know, because I really like you. And, clearly, like, we both really like each other. But if this is a deal breaker for you, just let me know. He's like reassuring me, like, no, like, actually, it's more attractive to me than your mom. Like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, cool. And, I'm letting him know, like, you can leave if you want to. And there's times where I brought that up to him when I could tell he was kind of switching the way he would treat me after I told him. And he would get defensive and be like, I can make my own decisions. I know what I wanted. Like, I can do that.
A huge debate on the internet is whether Jeremiah was the victim of Hurricane Huda or if you were the victim of Jeremiah's love bombing. Just if you had to give your immediate reaction, what is your answer?
I think that we both had faults in the relationship. Like, I don't think that anyone should fully take blame for anything, in all honesty.
Jealousy was a theme throughout you and Jeremiah's relationship. In the second episode, he was convinced that you got up to kiss someone during the blindfold challenge. And he was like, convinced. He kept asking you, and you were like, I swear to you, I didn't. He made you pinky promise, the whole thing. What red flags, if any, did that raise for you, or did that not freak you out?
It's so weird. I think I'm such a person where it's like, I love giving reassurance, and I love making sure people are okay. And in that moment, I was like, oh my God, like, are you okay? Like, are you good? Like, are you okay? Like, I don't want you to feel, you know, like I'm gonna do something to you. Like, are you, like, I promise I'm not gonna hurt you. Like, and I just wanted to make sure he was okay. Like, take care of him in that moment.
Do you see though that it's day 2 and you guys already having that level where it's like you're not closed off and you having to reassure him that
We
you
moved
didn't
so
kiss someone else?
fast.
Like, that's fast.
Yeah. We moved fast.
Okay.
We did.
You spoke about how you like when guys are obsessed with you. How do you tell the difference between when that is healthy and then when that can lead to being problematic?
I think that, especially on the show, I think I've learned a lot more about how to differentiate the two. But I think there's a point of like obsession where it's like I've had moments in the past where like people are like, should I move to North Carolina? Should I stay here and not move to another city? Like, should I? And you know, past me might have been like, oh my God, he likes me a lot. Like, wow. And then another part would be like, that's really crazy. Like, that's insane. Like, don't do that. When I say like being obsessed with me, it's more so like, okay, I like a man who like wants to hug me and like physical affection and stuff like that. I like a man who's like, no, like I want to make sure I'm taking her to do this and I want to make this little cute thing that's thoughtful for her and I want to do this for her. I want her to be happy and I want to show that I really like her.
Now, looking back in those very early days, what red flags do you think you missed from Jeremiah?
Damn, I gotta reel it back. Shit, there's so much that has happened in that villa. It's like,
I know.
I mean, honestly, the whole thing with you told me the kissing thing.
Yeah.
Like the people brought that to my attention. Like that is a red flag. You know, just like from what I've seen is like when I'm having conversations with other people, like he's looking over too. Like see things like that. You know, when, for example, before Pepe walked in, he was like, I'm not gonna be intimidated unless he's like a 6'3", like buff guy. Like I'm not gonna be intimidated at all. Then Pepe walks in and now it's like when he found out Pepe didn't really like me, that's why he befriended Pepe. And to make sure, like that's what the guys would do. They would befriend each other so hard. I never had a shot. Like it was not fair. Like at all. And now it's bro code. And I clocked all this shit. There's so much stuff that I clocked that proved me right when I saw like little edits and shit. I was like, oh my God, I wasn't crazy. Like I wasn't losing my mind here. Girl, when the whole Iris thing happened, I think I was working out with Pepe and Hannah. And like at this time I wasn't with Jeremiah. I wasn't with him. I remember he was in the kitchen. And I could just feel this man staring. Like I could see him staring because Pepe was like helping me with my weights and stuff. And I could see this man staring from the kitchen. Like, I'm just like, I know he's looking at me right now. He does that.
Yeah.
He would do that.
Okay, whenever a new bombshell came into the villa and wanted to explore with Jeremiah, you had pretty intense reactions.
Yeah.
Even though you guys weren't technically closed off.
Yep.
Why were you getting so territorial?
I think because I was scared because of everyone doubting us in general. And it made me wonder, like, okay, what is he saying? And I'm like, should I be more possessive of this man? Like, should I mark my territory here? And, you know, I like, because he told me, like, you know, we're technically exploring the people, but like, you're the only person I want, like, da da da. And I'm like, okay, let me make it clear that, like, we only want each other, but like, we're still open to exploring other people.
That's interesting. Okay, because so basically you're trying to say you were feeling like other people were questioning you guys. So you thought
so much throughout the villa.
So you wanted to lean in more to prove like, no, look, we're good and we like each other. And you're almost like putting up a bigger facade. Not that it's fake, but it's like, let's play it up a little bit so they really believe us because we do like each other.
Yeah. I mean, there was even times where, I don't know if any of this was shown. Like, for example, like me and Amaya, we're besties now. But like back then, I thought, because I heard that the bombshells watch before they come in, I thought that she knew me and Jeremiah were so like lovey-dovey. And she did that on purpose to piss me off. So at that time, I had thought that she did that to piss me off. So I'm sitting here like, this bitch, like, fuck this girl. Like, she knew that me and her were like all lovey-dovey. Like, how are you gonna fuck with somebody who like, you know, that is like super close with their person? Like, you're weird as fuck for that. And that's what I thought. And until after she told me, I was like, okay. But then I knew she still wanted to explore him. And then at the time, I was just like, this is just weird. Like to me, like it's first bombshell.
Do you think though, Huda, that now looking back,
second bombshell, sorry, second rack of bombshells.
But now looking back at that Amaya moment, like let's use that as an example. You going and being pissed at Amaya, even if she had watched, that's her job as a bombshell.
And that's what I had to learn.
What I mean?
I had to learn that. Like it's new. This is not the real world. Like, this is very different. You have to adjust to this shit.
Do you now see how people on the internet could be upset with you, being like, that is like fucked, that you're going at Amaya? It's not Amaya's fault.
No, did they show anything of me saying like,
oh, what?
No, anything of me saying like, okay, oh, I didn't know that you didn't know, blah blah blah.
I don't think we saw that.
Weird.
Okay. At one point,
I'm so sorry. Can I point on something on that last thing?
Yes.
So I was gonna say also at this time as well, that's when all the boys were like pushing Jeremiah, like, go explore, go explore, go explore. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And it made me just be like, damn, like all these boys are encouraging this man to do this. And it's like, damn, you're encouraging him to like leave me, basically. Because none of the guys like liked me, really.
Okay, pause. Why?
Bitch, it beats me. Like, I don't fucking know. And there might be things that I haven't seen that I gotta go look at. But, you know, a lot of the time, like, I feel as though people didn't want me and Jeremiah to be together.
Why? If you had to give your best guess, why do you think people were so upset? And I get, as it got on and it got toxic, fine. People were like, this is fucking up the villa. But the very, very beginning, they did not want this. Why do you think, if you can come up with your best guess?
They have their own narrative on like what to do in Love Island. And like, yes, you're supposed to explore, but if someone wants to lock in, let them lock in. Like if someone wants to explore, let them explore. Like let them do whatever they want. It's their own narrative. It's their own life.
They were very fixated on it.
It was a big topic in the villa. Like everybody only talked about me and Jeremiah.
Especially Ace. He was fixated on you and Jeremiah.
So I've heard.
That is a fucking fact. Like this man, half the time, I think most of the time I was looking at tweets, people were like, can this man give Shelly half the energy in the beginning days that he's giving Huda and Jeremiah? Like, bro, get in your own relationship. Stop getting in theirs. Even if it's toxic, even if it's whatever, like let them do their thing before this seeped into affecting the whole villa I'm talking about. We're not there yet. But at one point, Ace literally questioned what happened to you in your past that made you move so quickly in your dating life. Looking back, do you think his concerns were valid or do you think he was crossing the line?
I think his concerns were valid. I think that, you know, he has a right to ask me these things, which is fine. And like, honestly, I respect people who talk and ask me things. Like, I would rather someone have that conversation with me rather than assume. That's something that would happen a lot in the villa. No one would sit down and ask me, hey, why is it that you do these type of things? And I respect people that do that. In all honesty, I really do.
Can you confirm, was there ever any sexual tension between you and Ace?
Yeah, at one point I liked him. I definitely did. Like there was a point where I definitely found him attractive. I thought he was really cute. I did not kiss him for nothing. Like
yeah. Have you seen now the screenshots that people have posted confirming that Ace used to like a lot of your Instagram photos?
So I've seen.
Before you guys even got to the villa.
So I've seen. I've heard excuses. I've seen. That is something where I can't say it's beyond me. That is his own words to be telling. It is beyond me, whether it's AI, whether he blames it on someone else, whether it's whatever, like it's beyond me. I've heard that he's unliked all of them. Like, I've heard, these are a word of ear. I've only been here for so long. Like, I haven't been able to catch one. I'm trying, bitch.
Okay. Can you clarify for me, how early on were you and Jeremiah intimate?
Oh, damn. I don't even know. Like, honestly, I don't remember.
Okay.
Even when people were saying like, oh, we did shit, like it was like, you can't fully do shit in there. Like, yeah, we had sex, but it wasn't like full on boo boo. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
What was that noise you just made?
Boo boo. Like, there's not full like boom chicka boom, the bow chicka bow bow. Like it wasn't like full, you know.
But you were like you were intimate pretty early.
Yeah, we were.
How do you think that complicated things, if it did?
I think that you should definitely, from learning from my mistakes, like especially coming out of this, don't do that. That's all I will say. Like, don't do it. Like, that is a no-no. I think that a lot of times when guys end up getting what they want, it changes their character. And
you felt that way?
Mm-hmm. I did. I don't think I spoke on it, but there's things that I felt a lot in the villa that I never spoke on, but I clocked.
Why?
Because I didn't really have much people to talk to about it. That's why a lot of time, like with psych and stuff, like I would ask for her so I could talk about it.
What did you feel about post being intimate with him? What was the shift?
Like when I would ask him to do like nice things for me, because like a lot of the guys in the villa were doing really cute, thoughtful things for their girls and couples, and they weren't even on the level of like intimacy as we were or anything, and like they weren't saying the things that we were saying to each other. That's why the love bombing, like, hey, you know, you got what you wanted. And yeah, it's just I don't know. Like there was that, and I would ask of things, and like people were always like, Huda, I saw people were saying like, oh, she's so needy, she's so this, she's so that. What does it matter? Say I'm not your cup of tea, don't drink it. Like the fuck.
But I think it's interesting to hear you with, especially with love bombing, which we'll eventually get to. And but you're talking about the phase where you're being lifted up like you're this princess and you're the world and you're his girl and you're all these things, and then you basically get physical and you feel discarded. And it's kind of like I got what I needed. And now I think it's important. I'm not saying everything that you went on to do was correct, but I do think it's good that we're kind of just like walking through slowly, because any woman listening, I hope you haven't experienced it, but I have. So I can sit across from you and say I've been there, where there is this horrible feeling when you realize, oh my God, did he love the chase? And then I gave in and I had sex with him, and now it's not as enticing to him. It's not as interesting. And so you being like, can you just do little cute things for me? You're really just trying to see like,
I was like, damn, it's only physical. Like I was like, fuck. Yeah, you're making me breakfast in the morning, but like sometimes it's more than just breakfast in the morning. And then people are like, oh, you're not doing something for him. I'm not giving wifey shit to men who don't fucking deserve it.
can you explain Pancake Gate to me?
Bitch. Oh, can I explain this to you though before I do that?
Yes.
So there was times where like I would express to him what I wanted from him, and like I would be like, hey, can you do this for me? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And they would never do it. And it drove me crazy because it was like every single day I'd be like, hey, like, you know, and it's a lot for me to come up to someone and be like, hey, this is what I want, because I always get scared I'm gonna push them away. And I would say like, hey, you know, and it's one of our conversations we had early on is like, I have a hard time asking for things. And yes, I've done it a lot in the show, but it's like, it's because I'm getting out of my fucking comfort zone. I'm trying to ask for things, and I'm trying to be communicative and like speak about it, what I'm feeling. Because the whole point, how are you feeling? Like all the time. And so I brought things up to him, and he would say he was going to do, oh yeah, I have this and I have this and I have this plan. I'm going to do this and this for you. I'm like, okay, yay. I'm sitting there waiting like for the day. Nothing. I'm like, that would drive any girl crazy.
Without a doubt. My question though back to you is, do you think that you reciprocate the same standards that you hold your partners to?
When I'm with somebody like, and they are showing me days on end that they truly give a fuck about me, getting to know me, about showing me that they like me more than just words but through actions, then I'm the type of person like, girl, with my ex, he switched his career every 2 seconds. Every single time he'd be like, oh, I want to decorate shoes. I said, okay, cool. Bought him everything for it. Oh, I want to go run track. I was at the field with him. Oh, I want to do this. I would do XYZ with him. All like, I'm such a supportive partner. I love uplifting and motivating whoever I'm with. That is my big thing. I think that you can do anything you want and you set your mind to. And I feel like every man needs that. They need a woman who's their cheerleader. And that's who I am in a relationship. Like, that's what I do. I love taking care of somebody. I'm a mom. Like, I love taking care of somebody, making someone feel okay. I like when I have like, am I actually like with somebody, I love cooking for them. I love cleaning, doing their laundry, massages. I love doing all of those things for my partner. And in past relationships, I'm 100% that girl, and I do that.
What do you think was the actual first crack in you and Jeremiah's relationship?
Oh my God, I'd have to like deep dive. Can you remind me of like key points that would happen?
I mean, I definitely think after you guys were intimate, I felt you understandably being needier, like wanting more validation external from physical. And it almost felt like that, like pursuer regressor situation where you were going to him being like, can you do this? Can you do this?
He would run away.
And he would run away. And then it was almost.
And I felt that in person. And it just makes you want to run more to them. Like, you want to be like, hey, like, can I do this? Can I do that? Like, am I like, are you mad at me? Or you did like, and I'm always that person like, are you mad at me? Did I do something wrong? You know, one of the big talks me and him had before we even started anything was, we're going to communicate. We have to communicate. We're going to tell each other everything. And he told me I could tell him everything. So I did. Anytime I was feeling something, I would tell him. And you know, everyone has expectations for their partner, like what they want. And I think at the time, like I was thinking about like what could be, and I wasn't thinking about like the reality of it and like seeing it for how it was. And at that point, it was like too late for me to even explore others because everyone had their mind made up about me. They're like, oh yeah, she's so locked in and she's this and she's that. And it's like, great. So like now I really don't have an option if I wanted to. So I'm forced to make this work.
At one point in the season, Jeremiah told Iris, even though that you guys were going through this rough patch, he was still focused on you. You were his girl. He was validating your relationship, but you were upset that he had confided in Iris. Why was that something that made you uncomfortable?
I don't like when people talk about like our business personally. Maybe I've done it in the past. I'm hypocritical, but like I don't like it. I mean, I've learned from my mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, am I gonna do that? No. Like, do you know? Everyone fucks up. But yeah, no, I just didn't want him to tell that to someone I don't know.
So I get that, you being upset. And I think what people got frustrated with you during the season, Huda, was like, a lot of times your feelings were valid. That's so valid for you to be like, why are you telling another woman about our issues that like she likes you and you guys have kissed and like what? This is messy. Please don't talk about our shit. And I'm sorry,
but when he's walking in, she's like, and stuff, like freaking the fuck out about it. I'm like, you're giving me the ick, brother. Like, get the fuck out of my face.
But see, okay, Huda, what I'm saying is your feeling is valid.
Yeah.
But your reaction a lot of the time, you took it too far to the point then where you were basically losing your credibility.
Remember when I told you that there's a lot of things that play into how you react emotionally in there?
Yes.
Is that right? No, it's not right. And it's my first time in an environment like that. Never in my life have I been in an environment like that. Usually I can just have that conversation when I want to or feel the feelings like privately or do, you know what I'm saying? And in terms of like crash outs, for example, bitch, we all fucking crash out. Like everybody crashes the fuck out. And in all honesty, if someone says, oh, you're doing too much, I know damn well your ass fucking crashed out in your room alone in 2018 over fucking Jacoby. Like what the fuck? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Mine was just fucking caught on national television. Do I think I could have handled that a lot better? Yeah. And that's what taking accountability and learning from your mistakes is.
Can you talk to me about this communication breakdown? It seems like you and Jeremiah got to this point where you guys were always arguing. You could not get it right. Like we hit this one point in the season where it was like, holy fucking shit, they actually can't have one civilized conversation. When you would talk about things, why do you think the communication was breaking down so heavily?
So I think that at a point I was scared that things weren't going to work. And I like at one point I knew that I had no other options in there, first of all. And that, I mean, it's partially my fault. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I didn't prevent that from happening. And, you know, and that's the thing, I made mistakes in there and I've had to learn throughout the season that, hey, you shouldn't do that. But there was little things that built up where it was like, okay, you know, I'm asking you like, hey, do you want to play ping pong with me? Like, I really want to play ping pong. And you don't want to play with me, but you pull Iris and play with her. You never pulled me the entire season to play ping pong. It's like little things that like mean something to me. And people say, oh, you're so nitpicky. You're so this, you're so that. Okay. There's things that I like in a relationship. There's things I want in a relationship. The right man is going to do all of those things.
When the shocking recoupling happening where America split you and Jeremiah up, going into that night, like what were your feelings about your relationship? And then how did you feel when you found out that you guys got split up?
At that point, I think I felt fine in the relationship. I can't remember vividly exactly what happened. I would have to watch it back. Like I really don't. I just remember that I felt fine. Because I was like, oh, you know, couples argue, like we can work on things, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like I was like, I'm willing to work through this and yada, yada, yada. And then when it happened, I was like, what? I was so confused. I was like, America fucking hates me. I was having a full-blown panic attack. Full-blown panic attack off camera, like full-blown. They're sitting there with me like, okay, like calm down, like you're gonna be okay. I'm like, I failed as a mother. I fucked up. Like I'm like, America fucking hates me. Like my daughter's gonna come back and her mom's gonna be the worst, the most hated person in the world. And I was like, now she has to live with that. Like I'm gonna cry again because it's like I'm reliving it. But Anytime I talk about my daughter, I cry. But so I was like, I failed. At that point, I was like, I failed. And it was a terrible feeling. I'm so thankful. That's why I say luck is a big thing. I'm just so thankful that I had an opportunity to redeem myself, not once, but twice. First time, did I do that to the full extent? No. Because I was convinced maybe I can make things work still. And I knew that, for example, Pepe didn't want to explore me because, me and Jeremiah were so locked in. And with Jalen wasn't my type. And he's a sweet guy, but like he wasn't my type. And they always say, explore people that aren't your type. And there I knew what my type was, and that's what I wanted. But yeah, I was convinced that I could maybe make things work and fix things. I came to the point it wasn't. Then I got saved again.
But even that moment, Huda, again, all we see is you're on the chopping block. You almost go home. He recouples with Iris, and you go up to the makeup room, and you are hysterical. You're sobbing. You're so emotional.
So you want to know why? I don't know if they didn't show this part, but this was a big, big, big part. And this is the literal reason why I was sobbing so much up there. I am there for Jeremiah 24/7. Always. Checking on him. When he's arguing with the boys and he's sad and whatever, I'm there for him. I'm like, hey, like, it's okay. You're going to be okay. When in that moment, I'm hysterically crying. Taylor is sitting there comforting me the whole time. When we're off camera, he's comforting me. Taylor's scared as fuck, but he's comforting me. Okay. Same goes when Taylor was in there and I'm purposely saying out loud, hey, Taylor, do you want to help me with my coffee? Like trying to see, hey, is Jeremiah going to see that Jeremiah's standing right there? I'm trying to see if he's going to step up and be like, no, like, you're not making my girl coffee. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wanted that from him to show him, like, show me, hey, I want to do these things for you. Ask me, hey, would you like a coffee? Like, something like that. And in that moment after the chopping block, I was hysterically crying because of how much I felt like I failed. I'm crying. Charlie goes home. Jeremiah does not check on me once.
We saw that.
You did? Like he didn't check on me at all. I'm always checking on this man. He never checked on me. The one time I really needed him, he was not there for me.
That was a rough watch because you were saying like my husband would never. Like what kind of man is that? Like Where is he?
And he's more focused on himself at that time. And there's so many times where like I was still there for him regardless of what was going on. Like I was always there. And I always made sure he was okay. Look at the milk challenge. I sat there for a minute. They only showed a quick clip, but I sat there for a minute like, I'm so sorry. I grabbed his face. I was like, I'm so sorry. Like I rubbed his face like that. We were sitting on the bleachers and we were both getting milked on. He's looking at me while I'm crying, like checking on me. And like he rubs my leg and is making sure I'm okay. And I rub his arm. Like we were still checking on each other all these times. Like, and in that moment after the chopping block and I realized he was never there for me, it made me hysterical because I was like, this man doesn't care.
Once this all went down, you guys are no longer in a couple. We saw things really shift. And I think this is really when people deemed this as like the crash out era, where you're no longer in a couple, things are shifting, you're kind of starting to spiral because you're losing him. Were you aware of how unhealthy things were getting between the two of you in the villa?
Yeah.
Like you felt it?
I did.
Did it feel like it had gotten bigger than you? Like, or were you just trying to save the like, what were you trying to do in that moment, you think?
Can you reiterate the moment?
Like, you...
I'm so sorry.
I know, I got it. Let me just read it to you right here. I have a perfect example. The internet was extremely upset when you called Jeremiah a pussy ass bitch.
Right.
And then there's also the other side of the internet who are like, damn, if that's what you guys considered bad, you would fucking hate to see me on Love Island. Regardless of how the internet feels about it, there was a lot of name calling and all the things. Like, what pushed you over to the edge to start kind of like using a little bit more profanity?
So at that point, I just felt like he kept winning. It really upset me because like, it just felt like the stars were just aligning for him and everything was fucked for me that whole time. I was on top of him about twice. This man doesn't check on me. Then he's on a date and I'm crying by myself. Like, then he comes back happy as can fucking be, enjoying his day. Still doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's just like, damn, all that shit you said to me, where is that? And I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, damn, I'm stupid as fuck for sticking around, like, and just giving this man my all. Like, I'm dumb for that. Because even in that moment, even after everything he did, I was still checking on this man. Like, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have never done that. And, you know, like, people are saying, oh, like, it's so bad that you called him a pussy ass bitch. Be so for real. You know how many people called a man a pussy ass bitch?
Me.
Right.
My ex-boyfriend, if you're watching.
My
bitch. He is a fucking pussy ass bitch.
No, but like, mine was recorded. Like, I should be like, when you're texting with your friends and your man just fucking did shit like that to you or something, you can text your friends and be like, fuck that man.
You fucking piece of shit, loser ass little bitch boy.
Yeah.
I will fucking ruin your life.
Hold on. Pause.
Let's calm down.
I'm weak as fuck. But
I'm getting triggered.
She's like, hold on.
And also.
And now, that's a Raven. Like, they're like,
we literally go back, like, the trauma.
Like that one moment.
No, but it's real. It's like, why are you being held to this standard? Again, I'm not condoning it, but I'm also,
it's
I think,
not the best way to do things. No. Like,
but it's
really
also,
not.
it's like, is it a crash out? And I think, again, this is a big conversation. If this was a man versus a woman, it's like, when you see a crash out, we have seen men on reality TV punch a fucking hole through a wall. We have seen them flip furniture. We have seen them throw things at people. We have seen people literally talk about, I will fucking kill you, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying it wasn't a lot when you did it in the moment. I think because you were the only one at that level, it also kind of exacerbated you, and there was a spotlight and you're walking through and you're walking from the fire pit to the back and you're fucking, that I will give you, it was, I would have done that. You were like listening in on the conversation.
Girl, I did that a lot in this season. Cause I'm sitting here and I'm just like, I might as well do it by myself because I don't know who the fuck's gonna tell on me in here. So I'm sitting here, I'm just like, cause mind you, I'm hard of hearing. So I'm like trying to listen in and see if I can hear it. I'm like, I hope I'm getting this right.
Call Her Daddy is brought to you by Neutrogena. Summer is here and the sun is shining. You need powerful sun protection that feels light on your skin. Meet Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen. This SPF 70 lotion absorbs fast with a smooth, dry touch finish, so you'll forget you're even wearing it. It blocks 97% of burning UV rays and is water resistant for up to 80 minutes. Lightweight, effective, and perfect for sunny days. It's just what your summer needs. Neutrogena Ultra Sheer Sunscreen. You can't feel. Shop now at Target. There's obviously a lot of focus on you and like, but obviously there were two people in this dynamic. Do you think Jeremiah has taken any accountability for what he caused within this relationship?
Not that I've seen. I haven't seen really much. Every time someone says something, I feel like he's always just like, anytime, like I saw that interview with Kai Cenat and Kai was saying that I was crazy or something. And then Jeremiah's doing like, like, do I think anyone should be getting hate? No. I'm going to say it like it is and say exactly what happened and be honest. What another person, what another individual does is beyond me. But I'm not going to sit here and laugh and be like, if someone's hating on him, I'm going to be like, ha. Like, I'm not doing that.
Do you think you're being held to the same standard as Jeremiah in the accountability around the toxicity of this relationship?
What I will say is he got out of the villa before I did. He had a chance to write his own name before I did. He got a pretty face. Like, he's sitting here and he's just like, I'm so charming. And I'm like, and it's just like, okay, cool. You are painting your own narrative. That's fine. You're saying whatever you want to say. That's fine. But I'm going to say how it really fucking is. And I'm going to say exactly what the fuck happened and exactly what I was feeling. Because as of until today, no one truly knows what the fuck I was feeling. And no one knows what was going on. There's not everything was shown.
Let's close the chapter on Jeremiah. Give me your synopsis. What the fuck happened? What do you think it was now that you look back?
I think that personally, from what I was feeling, now I won't know, but from what I was feeling, I felt like everything was great, got intimate, things started changing a little bit, told him I was a mom, things started changing a lot of bit, like a lot of things kind of like people were getting in his ear, things were changing even more. A lot of those things happened. I was getting more needy because I was scared that he was feeling indifferent. He has every right to feel indifferent. Even if he felt indifferent about me being a mom, that's fine. But like, talk to me about it. And you're telling me every second that we're fine, you're good, you're fine, we're good, we're good. And then your actions are showing otherwise. It's like, okay, I'm going to be upset about that. I'm not going to be like, that's fine. Like, especially if we're supposed to be working on our relationship.
Do you think you were love bombed?
Yeah. Plain simple. I think I was. In all complete honesty. I know that he feels indifferent. I don't think he fully understands the capacity of love bombing. He thinks that love bombing is just gifts and shit. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what I heard. I'm just like, that's not it. That's not all of it. Looking at me all the time and being like, I'm just kidding. And mind you, at the beginning of the season, take it from me. Around all my friends, I'm around my daughter 24/7. I'm always saying, okay, love you, bye. Love you, bye. Because I say I love you to everybody. Life's too short. You know, life is too short to not say I love you. And I forgot, like, I hadn't been dating like that at all. Like, it had been since like October or something. Like, I literally was not in the dating world at all. I'm so used to saying, okay, I love you, bye. Even when any of like the people and staff and whatever were like doing things with me beforehand, like in the hotel and whatever, like people, I would always say, okay, I love you, bye. That's the type of person I am. I'm a very lovey-dovey person. And I had to catch myself a few times because I kept saying, okay, love you, bye, like to Jeremiah.
I remember that moment. There was like one moment where we saw you say like, love you, bye. And you're like, oh, wait, no.
Yeah, I think I did it a couple times. Like I was, and I had to train myself like, ooh, don't do that. Cause I didn't mean to. It was not intentional. But he would look at me and be like, just kidding. I like you. Like he would do that to me a lot. I don't know if any of that was shown, but he would do it so much. Especially in bed. Like he would do that all.
Yeah, we never saw that in bed.
All the time. How could you not fall for somebody? How could you not feel like, do you know what I'm saying? And it's like when he's saying love bombing is gifts and whatever, from what I was hearing on social media, I don't know if he said more, but that's what I heard. And yeah, it's just like, and I seen him doing those things, just like, okay, love bombing is not just gifts and shit. It's a lot more to it than that. Being super physical with me all the time, lovey-dovey really fast, right away kissing a girl on the cheek, like those things, like it's just like, okay.
How did you feel when he got kicked off the island?
I cried. I hate seeing people upset. I hate it. I'm a big empath. Like my friend's crying over something, I'm usually crying with her, like a lot of the time, especially if I relate. And you know, like I have serious concern for a lot of people's feelings. And when he got dumped from the island, I was like damn, like that's not what I wanted. It's not like I'm sitting here, I'm like, fuck yeah, I got dumped off the island. Like I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn. Even though he was doing exactly what he was doing to me, to Andreina, like he did the exact, like literally verbatim, like the exact same fucking thing, like every single thing, down to the chill days, the whole little from across the room, Me and Taylor clocking this shit from across. We're just looking at each other like,
is this really fucking happening again?
Exactly to the. It's like he reads a textbook.
Was that hard for you to watch?
Yes. Oh my God. I had to sit there and I'm just looking at them doing it from afar. And I'm like, and that's when I started getting the ick. I was like, what is wrong with you? I'm like you're sitting here and you're just like from across the room with the same exact things he would do with me. And it's just like, okay, now I get it. He is a love bomber, but I made sure not to speak to them about each other. I never did. I wanted them to have their own ideas of each other and create their own.
Okay, so I think we can close the Jeremiah chapter.
Yeah, that man does not deserve to have his name in my mouth.
We're done.
Amen.
Let's talk about Casa Amor, bitch.
Casa Amor.
Tonight.
Oh my God, he was saying my name, Huda. He was saying it all the time. Huda and Chris. I'm like, okay.
You're like, say it again.
That's my name.
Okay, going into Casa, did it feel like a fresh start? Like, what were you looking forward to?
I was hype as fuck. The whole time I was sitting in the freaking villa, I was like, damn, when is my man gonna come in here? Like, when is this gonna fucking happen? I'm sitting here having me time 24/7. Like, I know TJ don't want my ass. Like, bitch, I knew exactly who he wanted. Like, I'm doing my best here. I'm like trying my best. Thank you for the practice.
You took it like a champ.
Yeah, I was like, options are coming. I'm fine. Like, it's not the end of the world. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm not your cup of tea. That's fine. Like, it's okay.
So Were you nervous at all? Because I know the Casa Boys maybe got to see like a couple clips or whatever the amount was that they got to watch of the actual season.
Mm-hmm.
Were you nervous of how they were going to perceive you because of your situation with Jeremiah?
Hell yeah. I was sitting here, I was just like, okay, great. So they're all gonna think I'm crazy. Fabulous. I'm walking in here, I'm just like, and I'm even like, I'm thinking in my brain, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna sit here going into this happy as fuck. And I know that these guys watch everything. Is this gonna fuck up like, I'm like, damn it. The beginning, the guys are being buddy, can't explore. I fucked up my thing in the beginning by being too close off. Can't explore. This dude doesn't want me. Can't explore him. Going into Casa Amor. Thinks I'm a crash out. Great. Girl.
You could only go up from there.
Yeah.
That's a positive way to look
And I
at
think
it.
I surprised a lot of the Casa Boys. Like, I
Yeah.
really did. The number one thing they all kept telling me was like, Huda, you're cool as fuck. They're like, you're actually really fucking cool. I'm like, what are they doing? Like, what? Like, why do y'all all think I'm like terrible?
Going into Casa, I mean, people talked about how they really respected you because you tried to literally explore with everyone. And I think a lot of people respected that.
Thank God.
You connect with Chris, but so did Shelly.
Mm-hmm.
What was your understanding of how she felt about him?
So from the beginning, when I first saw him and we were sitting next to each other at the fireplace, at the fire pit, I was always making side jokes. I don't know if any of these are showing on camera, but like I was always making little side jokes. He would laugh at everything I said. And humor is so big to me in relationships. Like, as I'm goofy as fuck and I need a goofy person. I was a fucking theater kid. Like, I'm very goofy, very weird. Like, we love that. So I'm sitting there making like little jokes and I have a lot of sarcasm. Like, I do a lot of sarcasm. I roast the fuck out of people. I have a guy best friend and a girl best friend, like, and we're all the same way. It's like, it's just my sense of humor. Some people, they're very sensitive and they can't take that type of humor, and that's okay. Like, it's not the end of the world. I just won't make those jokes with you. That's fine. But like, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm just having these jokes and doing sarcastic comments, and he is eating the shit up, and I'm like, hell yeah, you think I'm funny? Like, fuck yeah. Because in the villa, no one gave a shit about nothing I would say. I say something, it's I'm just like, okay, great. And I'm in this Casa Amor. Oh, we love Huda. She's great. I'm like, yes, like, you guys like me. I was like, thank God. Because I was so isolated. I was like, you think I'm funny? Like,
Okay, so you though knew that Shelly kind of was interested.
so I knew she was interested in him.
Okay.
Obviously she picked him for the kiss. When I didn't pick him for the kiss, it literally wasn't a I'm not interested in you. I literally said, and Bicha, I don't know if it was shown, but I said in Bicha how I don't know who I want, which is true because I want to get to know you. Learning from my mistakes. I want to get to know them. That's what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course I don't know who I want. JD picked me. I didn't pick JD. That was not my decision at all.
So can you clarify, did you bring Chris back to the villa for you, for Shelly, or for both of you?
For both of us. I've literally said this so many times.
Explain it again because people still don't get it.
I've said it so many times. I literally said, I'm sitting there in the dressing room with her. I have this great idea. Chris likes me. I like Chris. Chris likes you. You like Chris. I haven't found a match in here. I haven't even explored him because I'm thinking he don't want nobody else because you're making it seem that way. But I took a chance last minute. So crazy how cards play out. So crazy. Take a fucking chance. And I go and I bring him for a chat. We have a conversation. Goes well. He likes me. I like him. Cool. Great. We're interested in getting to know each other. I can get to know somebody. Cool. First time in a minute. Great. So I was like, okay, I have this great idea. Let's do this. I'll bring Chris back. You with Ace. That way you can still explore Chris and I can explore Chris as well. And you can still explore Ace. Like, it's a happy, I'm sitting here being like, we're going to be great. Like, this is great. Like, we're happy as fuck.
That all made sense to me. So then, like,
and I don't want to be territorial anymore. That's the other thing. Like, I'm trying to completely change. Like, I'm trying to be a better person, not just like as myself, but in relationships. I'm trying to be better.
So what the fuck do you think got lost in translation between you and Shelly?
Beats me. Like, I'm sitting here, and this is the thing, like, I felt like everyone kept talking about me, and no one was talking to me. No one was asking me, so what is it, XYZ 1 2 3? Like, what did you say specifically? What this and this and this? And I think there's like little relationships in there that are a lot stronger than me and other ones. And no one gave a fuck about my opinion. I would try to talk about things in a lot of scenarios where there's a lot of situations where I would be like, hey, can I talk to this about you? Or do you think this? And people would dismiss me multiple times in the villa. I felt like I had no one. Like I wanted to talk about things with people and no one would give a fuck. And I think that a lot of people were just talking to Shelly, and there was things that were said that weren't said. And it's just like, you're dragging shit and you're making things seem otherwise. And that fucks me up. Now everyone is ganging up on my ass, and all you could have done is had a conversation with me.
Okay. There were so many conversations about like who's being a girl's girl. Can you, from your perspective, explain to me, how do you balance friendship while competitively trying to pursue love?
I think that in the villa, people would always tell me, even when I was with Jeremiah, they're like, everyone's here to explore. Everyone's going to explore. You're not closed off. Everyone's going to explore. Things are, you can't take shit too seriously, blah, blah, blah. No one owns anybody. So I'm taking all of these things that people are telling me to try to learn this process and kind of like do it better. And I'm carrying that with me. And in that being said, I'm getting shitted on for it. And everyone had their opinions on us too. This is fake. They don't really like each other. Because in Casa in general, like I really kept a lot of things to myself just from me being so expressive about Jeremiah in the beginning and how that played out for me. It's like, I don't want to tell everybody everything. Like, I don't.
Okay, I have to ask, this is a little bit of a pivot, but the moment with Amaya in the Standing on Business Challenge, why did you not speak up for her?
I wanted to speak up in that moment. I think I was trying to, and then everyone kept talking over me. And it was a thing where, like, if I yelled, they'd be like, Huda, be quiet, da-da-da. And I'm just like.
Yeah, well, that was fucking rough. Okay, you better be fucking honest with me right now.
Come on.
What really happened between you and Ace in this goddamn heart rate challenge?
Oh, why is everyone thinking I went too far?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you know when I was doing it was like the dominant versus submissive challenge?
Yes.
Where like I kind of just go like to everybody? Not to everybody, to Jeremiah. I did the same thing to all the guys.
Wait, okay, slow down.
From dick up. Like I went like.
Okay, wait. There's a clip of your gorgeous bodacious ass turning from you forward facing to him to you doing a little spin around, ass near face, and then it cuts, and then we see you guys like getting up, and the theory online is that you put your ass in his face. Is that true? Why are you looking at me like that?
Because it's so funny. I'm just like, that is not what happened.
Like, did you ride his face a little bit with that ass? Were those ass cheeks a little round his?
No, I think that's too far. Like, that's a no-go. My butt, I think, was like on his stomach area, like this area right here.
Okay.
And I was twerking. And I got it was like 2 seconds too. I went da-da-da, and I got up. I'm so dead ass.
So there were no cheeks suffocating?
No.
Facial?
The only thing that ever happened was when I accidentally fell on Taylor in that fucking woodchuck wood challenge shit. Like, that is the only time.
Taylor's like, I fucking love my life right now.
I flew back. I was like, fuck. I literally said, I'm so sorry. I get up. I'm looking at Jeremiah. I'm like, fuck. Like, I fucked up. I did not mean to do that. No, I did not put my ass on whatever the fuck Ace's face. That did not happen.
Okay, more importantly, where the fuck did you learn how to shake your ass like that?
Girl, I learned. Even when I had like no booty, I learned. My friends taught me. Girl, I would be there in the mirror just practicing. I would take little videos of myself trying. I remember when I started to get a little booty from working out. I remember I would literally be like, oh my God, it's moving.
Oh my God, it's jiggling.
Like it's moving. Like
progress. Girl, that is a fucking skill.
Thank you.
Okay. We got to talk about Chris. Now let's get like a little bit more into the weeds here because motherfucking shit, this shit went south. Viewers were excited for you to have a connection in the villa.
Yes.
And you guys get back, and we do quickly kind of see issues start to arise. A big issue in you and Chris's relationship was that he felt like you were touchy privately, but not publicly. Why? And I know you said it was because of Jeremiah, but like, can you really describe why you did not want to do PDA with him?
Okay, so like in my brain, it's like, okay, undercovers, private. In a separate room, private. I don't like, and mind you, I was doing it with Jeremiah, but like until I see it in my face, like for example, like and Iris and Pepe would do it all the time to piss me off, like just to be funny. They'd be like, Huda, look away. And then they'd be kissing, and then I'd look over and I'm like, oh my God, like I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to do that. Also, the entire time with Jeremiah, everyone has their opinions on our relationship because we're so touchy in front of everybody. It's like, maybe I don't want people to have their opinions and talk about us and whatever. Like, I just want to keep that to us. Is that a crime?
I mean, I got it. I think I couldn't get why he kept fucking lingering and like really couldn't get over it.
There's reasons why I wouldn't either, too.
Why?
There were so many things that he was doing that were not shown at all. And I think that like all of those things played into me not wanting to kiss him sometimes.
Like, can you just give an example of like what you were experiencing that was playing into you not wanting to kiss him?
Yeah. No, so he had a wandering eye. He was definitely looking at other girls, even if it was off camera, would say things about other girls. And it's like, why are you talking about a girl like that in front of me? And he would have little cute nicknames for girls. And he would say, shut up. He would a lot too.
That was told
once
you
too.
To shut up so many times where I was like, this isn't like joking
Do not
anymore.
talk to me that way.
Yeah, he always was saying that to you.
Yeah, and a lot of times, like, and I think that people were saying that I was being rude in certain ways. There's sometimes in my joking way of talking sometimes, like when I'm just like, bro, be so for real. Like, and I talk like that, and it sounds like I'm being really mean, but when you know my humor, like that's how I talk. I can't remember. There's like one specific moment I had seen a clip of me talking. I was like, damn, I can see how that sounds mean. It was in a joking manner, but I can see how that sounds mean. And that's happened a lot too. I mean, people don't understand my humor, but there was a lot of things that played into me not wanting to kiss him because I'm like, you're not doing the things I'm asking you to do. So why would I kiss you in front of other people?
Right.
Girl, he would never talk to me during the day, but he would talk to every single girl. I would walk in the mornings and I would get all cute. And like, I remember there was one specific moment I was in a green bikini and like some white shorts and I felt so cute that day. And I walked down the stairs. He is not looking at me even, but he's having a full conversation with Shelly. Like, doesn't even... This is full. And this would happen with multiple girls in the villa. Like, he would do this. And it's just like, damn, say good morning. And everyone's like, why didn't you say good morning? Because it's like, this has been happening for a while since I noticed he started having a wandering eye. And that's when I was like, okay, I'm not about to start trying to get his attention. I'm not about to do what I did before and like be needy. I'm not doing that. Like,
it seemed like Chris... It was like randomly just kind of like told everyone that you guys had sex without talking to you.
Girl, he didn't even fully do anything. That's the other part.
Oh, really?
Girl, it was like halfway. It wasn't even all the like we did not like that's the other thing.
You're like, it was like this.
Like, it wasn't even the full shebang. Like, I'm just like, you're over here like, yeah, we had sex and we did this and I fucked this girl. She's so fine. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. Like, you barely put that shit in. Don't even. And it's not because I couldn't take it. That's for fucking sure. Like, bitch, shut up. I like that shit irritated the fuck out of me.
But did you two even have a conversation that you were like chill with him even saying that shit, or was he just going around and saying that shit?
Girl, he knows how I feel about me, about people sharing business of mine.
I think we all do.
Amen, sister. Like,
I learned that today. You're like, shut up.
No.
Between us.
You want to know what's funny? In bed, I literally said, keep this between us. You think I'm going to tell anybody? You think I'm going to tell anybody? I'm like, okay. Like, okay, I know he's not going to tell anybody. Then he goes and does it. You told me you weren't going to do, and I don't think that was shown on camera. But in bed, a lot of the conversations in bed were never shown. But that's when everybody starts getting lovey-dovey and talking a lot. So, just an FYI. But Yeah, in bed. He told me he wouldn't.
Oh my God.
I'm just like, be for real, brother.
Go
like,
back and play basketball.
Please,
okay.
if you were good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's fine. You're so
I actually
good.
don't know. I haven't watched anything.
Can you explain to me this pillow fight situation?
So I had a nose job.
Yep. Looks great, by the way.
Thanks, Queen. I had a nose job like a few months ago. He threw this pillow. Mind you, it might have not been on purpose. I don't think it was on purpose. But even I kept saying, I was like, bro, you picked the hardest pillow and threw it at my face. You saw the way you threw that shit?
Girl.
You're 6'8". Girl. Your hands are the size of my face. And you chuck a pillow at my face?
Girl, it like...
Do you process things in your brain? I'm just like...
You got whacked. You got whacked.
Girl, and I'm sitting here and they're like, she's so dramatic. It's like she got shot. Get the fuck out of my face. That shit hurts so bad. I couldn't even touch my nose like lightly like this without it being in so much pain.
Did he apologize?
He goes, sorry. Cuddles his pillow.
Let's quickly talk about the peaks and the pits. It was so fucking sad. You're all sitting at this goddamn dinner. Everyone's like, let's talk about our peaks. You get to Chris, the motherfucker's like, my 2 peaks are playing basketball with the boys and seeing my fucking family. And you're sitting directly across from him and he doesn't mention you at all.
When I tell you I clock everything. And these are all things I put in the back of my mind. You're like, you won't kiss me in public. Bitch, be so for real.
How did that make you feel when he wouldn't even mention you?
I sat there and I'm just like, I think there was so many things that were showing me that this man did not like me in that way or like was losing feelings in some way. And it's like, okay, it felt like the more I would talk about what I needed, the more he would pull back and like act like he was so nonchalant and fuck. And it's like, okay, great. That's fine. But I'm not going to yell at you about it. I'm going to sit here and I'm just going to put it in the back of my mind and carry on.
Okay, wait, the snuggling moment though.
Which one?
You wake this man up in the dead of sleep. And
oh, girl, he was not asleep. This man was not asleep. He purposely rolled over and was just standing there like this, stiff as a board. Like standing there like this. And I'm like, hey. He's not listening. So I'm like, to his lip, I'm like, brother, I know you're awake. And he's just like, acting like he's asleep. He just rolled over. Like he's sitting there acting like he's dead asleep. And I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you ignoring me, bro? Like,
and you're like, if you don't cuddle me, I'm going to be mad at you tomorrow.
Because I was so over it because I brought it up so many times. And you just smacked me in the fucking face. I got fucking tape on my nose looking like the fucking Notre Dame or whatever the fuck, like over here. And you, brother, you're sitting here and you're just like, oh.
You're like, I'm going to count to 3.
Yeah, because I'm trying everything. I tried everything. I got down to, okay, you want me to treat you like a child? Yeah, I'm going to sit here. Bitch, was that the correct thing to do? No, I should have just left it and just left it alone. But you keep telling me that you're going to fix this and fix that and do this and do that. And it's like, you're not doing it. And it's getting to that point where I'm like, brother, this is so irritating to me because it's every single night. You know when like they say like the guys will give you 100% and then they'll take away 20, give you another 10, take away 20, give you, kind of like it to me. That's how it was feeling. And I'm trying my best to be on my best behavior. And I'm just like, I'm trying to be a better person. Like I am trying. Like, and if you say I'm not, bitch, look at the first like I'm trying. So like, was it correct for me to count down? But girl, I went down to my last option.
Chris's alleged ex posted on TikTok that he has a track record of being cold and passive aggressive. Can you confirm from your experience with him?
Yes.
Take me to the motherfucking.
So easy. I'm sorry.
You're like, yes. And like, what else? Oh, yes.
Yes.
The water moment. This has gone viral, obviously. You and Chris are having this final dinner and you're sitting there together and you're breaking up and...
Oh my God, it was so funny.
Oh my God, Huda.
When I watched that, I died laughing because I know exactly what happened in that moment.
Okay, what?
So it's just so funny. He because it made him look like he was doing his big one. What I had done when he walked up to me, like after like he had walked away initially, I told him and I was just like, hey, like, are you gonna carry me or like should I walk? Because mind you, there's like rocks in the water and it's like murky and there's like maybe dirty things in there, like I don't know, glass. I have no idea. I don't want to walk on that barefoot. And so I'm like telling him, I'm like, okay, like do you want to like carry me or am I gonna walk? And he's just like, I'm not gonna carry you. And I said, okay, then I'll walk my fucking self. Why are you here? And then he walked away.
And in the moment, so you guys had broken up, and I was curious because I feel like every girl I hope can see through that. He was kind of being like, I don't care, what do you want to do? And I personally felt like it was such a cop out where it was like he wanted you to be the one to end it
He
so
wanted
that
to play victim.
you can take the blame and he's the victim.
I know.
And did you feel it in that moment?
Yes.
Yeah, that was tough to watch.
I'm sitting here and I'm trying not to argue. Like, I'm trying my best, like, to just have a civil conversation. I was told so many times this most mature conversation I've ever had. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, okay, great. You're putting all of this into my hands and you're like, no, I want things to work with you. Like, I want it to work out. And you're doing everything you possibly can do to make me think otherwise. And you're putting it all on me. So pick your decision. So what are you going to do? And I'm just like, okay.
Well,
I'm just like, is this what I want? No. And I'm not settling. I'm not settling.
where do you guys stand today?
Cordial.
Before this comes out,
I don't give a fuck.
you'll be
Like,
fine. You'll say this to his face.
I've told him all. He knows every single thing I've said right now. He's heard already.
He's posting a little on social media acting like you guys are really fine.
I wonder why.
Me too.
You know, a lot of people are. Or trying to. Trust me, I've clocked all of this stuff.
Do you realize you made history? You and Chris made history together as the first couple to break up during the finale.
You know,
Congratulations,
so funny?
Huda.
I sat there after it happened. I was like, has anyone ever done this before? I was like, is this like something? Everyone's like, that goes for standing on business, bitch. You can't say I'm fake. That's for fucking sure. You can't say I was going after that fucking money, bitch. Like, that's all I have to say. I stayed real as fuck this entire fucking season.
Even if it was messy.
Even if it was messy, I'm real as shit.
Okay, let's talk. Are there any toxic patterns that you recognized within yourself from being on Love Island that you are going to try to move forward and break in your future dating life?
Yes. 1, talking over other people when they're talking. I'm working on that. 2, I think being a little clingy early on. 3, there's a lot, honestly. I'm working on myself, bitch.
No, it's good.
I think, like, not getting too defensive about things sometimes. I always say taking accountability. Like, I always want to make sure I'm taking accountability for things. You tell me. I feel there's a lot that I'm like.
No, I think that's it. I think it's like everything that you've talked about today and knowing more about your childhood, I think you experienced certain things that as a young girl you should never have had to seen or experience. But what we all now know, especially because thankfully mental health is a larger topic, it's like we now know that whatever your childhood was, it plays a fucking massive part into who you become and who you are. And so the fact that you are in moments repeating patterns, whether you are getting love bombed, it's like there is a reason you're doing that, Huda. There is a reason that you are genuinely so excited when someone is showing you love. Because look back at the beginning of this fucking episode. You had a parent who you trusted and they completely abused their power and their love and all the things, and you didn't feel safe ever. So if someone's making you feel safe and loved, why the fuck wouldn't you be excited to embrace that and enjoy that for even a fucking second, even if it doesn't last long? So it's now on you to take what happened to you in your childhood and now be like, I am now a grown-ass woman and I'm going to do the fucking work so I cannot repeat the patterns and also not let what my parents did and my childhood did define who I am as a woman. But I'm actually going to take that shit. I'm going to learn from that shit and I'm going to be better from that shit. And I know what happened on Love Island was a lot for you mentally, but I do believe even sitting with you today and getting to know you, like I can feel it in you. Like you don't like this shit. Girl. No one wants to be in a toxic relationship because there's fucking shit in you that you still got to work on. And that's okay. Don't we fucking all?
Yeah. And another thing is, I know that there's this thing going around that like they told me I had to act right in order for me to stay on the show. And then I also got told that someone was like, oh, you know, they had to put her in psych all the time. Like, but first of all, I would voluntarily go to psych on my own. I would voluntarily go on my own if I felt like I needed to have a conversation about something because I didn't feel like I could have conversations with the girls around me. I needed a woman to talk to. That's when I would go to psych. And when I felt like there was a time where I felt more emotional, I would go to psych. I wasn't we're so like, you are mentally unstable. It was never that. Like, because people knew who I was. Like, they knew the real me.
You
And
still needed to talk
yeah,
it
I need to
through.
have a conversation. And it's like, I know I have things to work on. Nobody's perfect.
No, fuck no. That's why I think I'm like a little exhausted and tired of the conversation about you online. I'm like, guys, let's fucking calm down. Like, I think, again, what I was saying earlier is like, I watched fucking season 2 of UK Love Island. I was all the way back in those days watching that shit. If your shit was called a crash out, these motherfuckers are up for murder. Like, this shit was fucking unhinged like you've never seen. It's like, I think we have to put in perspective what the scenario was, the environment. This is television. Guess fucking what? As much as people want to deem you as this, that, or the other, you gave us the best fucking TV. And clearly it seems like you do have good relationships with people in the villa. You aren't this big villain that the internet has made you out to be. I do want to just ask though, like, how are you though mentally right now?
I'm fine. I will say, like, I'm really happy I met Amaya.
She's awesome.
She sees me. Like, she really does. Like, I'm truly so grateful that I met that girl. Like, she is there for me 24/7. Even after this, like, she's there for me. And I'm there for her. Like, that is my girl. And Dragon, I love her. But, damn, I'm emotional today. You caught me at a great time. Jesus.
That'll be the thumbnail.
So just me crying. Just call her mommy. So I am
Period.
So I love her, and I feel like after this whole experience, it's like I'm just happy that I'm here. I'm happy that there's so much love. I'm happy that I'm able to not really focus on the hate, and I'm happy that I have things that are more important to me, which is my family. And those are things that I'm more focused on rather than hate.
Who are you closest to aside from Amaya?
Probably like Nick and Alandria.
I think a lot of people wanted to know, like, the amount of times Nick did vote you to go off. How have you kind of reconciled?
I think that I feel like he was influenced a lot in his decisions. From my perspective. Did that happen? I don't know. I think that everybody makes mistakes. I'm all about second chances. Alandria can tell you that. She tells me all the time, like, you made me believe that people deserve second chances. I always felt like no one deserves one, and you see the goodness in people. And that's how I felt about Nick. I love him to death. Like, we were so close. We were such good friends. And, you know, he keeps me in check. I keep him in check. Like, we're great. But yeah, like, I do have good relations outside the villa. But, you know, a lot of people definitely are being a lot nicer. And I clock it. I do. I see these things.
Okay, I feel like I've put you in the hot seat enough today. I get it. The internet is going to be like, why didn't you ask her this? Why didn't you ask her this? Why didn't you? Guys, there's only so much time I can have with her. Part two coming soon. Call her mommy.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some burning questions. Who was the fakest in the villa?
Sierra.
Who was the worst kisser on the show?
See, this is the thing. I did say, like, oh my God, I feel so bad, but I really don't care because he doesn't even like me. Fucking Jalen swallowed my whole face.
That'll do it.
My entire face. I'm sitting there like.
Who are you dreading seeing at the reunion the most?
I don't know. I think I've seen everybody already except for Jeremiah. I mean, I'm not really dreading. I really don't give a fuck about him, and like at all.
Yeah. Do you guys think you'll have a conversation or no?
I already know he's gonna be like, like we're all friends. But I already know. Like, I already know he's gonna do that.
Okay. Last. Who is the most exciting guy that has slid into your DMs since you got home?
Bitch, I can't even look at them shits. Every
Why?
time I fucking refresh them hoes, they refresh and there's too many.
Wait.
I literally commented on someone's TikTok. Someone was like, oh yeah, Huda left single, but I look like there's so many guys that are in her DMs. I said, are we looking at the same DMs?
Do you know how to organize your DMs by blue check marks?
No.
Bitch, I gotta teach you.
Do you want to do that now?
Kind of.
Let's get my phone. No, go. None. Like, I literally haven't read anything.
Oh my God, I am fucking dying at one of these. We need to talk about this immediately.
Ew. You're fucking lying.
No, I'm not.
I have so much to tell you. I'm like, damn, bitch, I just want to lay my life on you because there's so much about me that nobody knows.
Well, I was about to say, the minute the cameras go off, then we're going to keep talking, which is so annoying. And I'm so sorry to say that, you guys. But, you know, that's
we're about to yap away. You're lying, right?
No,
You're lying.
Literally not.
We're gonna stay here forever and be like, okay, so tell me.
No, so wait, what's going on? Wait,
So what about you? I want to hear about you.
No.
You're like, never.
Bitch, it's 10 o'clock at night.
You're lying.
No, I'm not kidding.
Bada bing, bada boo.
In America, there are approximately 25 million secret boxes. That's basically what they are. I mean, I guess the official terminology would be a safety deposit box. But these are typically hidden away. These little secret boxes are hidden away inside these bank vaults across the United States. And you could say lots of people go there to hide away their expensive stuff, their watches, jewelry, cash. They just stick them in there and no robber can come get them. Things that they don't feel secure keeping in their homes, they go in the safety deposit box. But a lot of the times, you open these little boxes up because you have a secret. It's like a spouse hiding cash from another spouse. Is it for good reason? We don't know. A family man hiding documents that might include the existence of a second family, that's going in the safety deposit box. He's not going to put that in a shoebox at the bottom of his closet. Usually you never really have the chance to open someone else's secret box because that's the whole point. They're jumping through all of these hoops to make sure it stays secret, unless they're dead. Then it's a whole process. Depending on what state you live in and your will, let's just say if you die under suspicious circumstances, like if you were, let's say, killed in your living room by the little boy that you assaulted, only he's not so little anymore, he's a full-grown man with a knife, then yeah, most likely that safety deposit box is going to be opened under the watchful supervision of authorities and very tense, very awkward bank employees. In Dennis Pegg's safety deposit box, they find a ton of letters, handwritten letters. None of the letters are particularly insightful. He doesn't spill all of his secrets to confess anything, but the letters are really creepy. First of all, he wrote these letters 10 years before he dies while he's a relatively healthy, slightly middle-aged man. Typically, men of that age are not fully estate planning with handwritten letters to everyone that they deem special in their lives. And the letters themselves are strange. They all contain variations of the phrase, "Pray for me if you can," which if they're reading his letters, he's already dead. And "Forgive me for my faults. I've forgiven you for yours. You were always like a little special son to me or a little brother to me." It's just letter after letter in that safety deposit box, most likely written for his victims. Victims who, after their abuser is dead, will be delivered a handwritten letter asking them to pray for their abuser. In part 1, we went over the night of the killing where Clark, after 33 years of not doing anything about Dennis Pegg, his abuser, when he was 12, he decides he's gonna do something now. He goes to Dennis Pegg's house after 30 plus years. Dennis sees him at the front door holding a hunting knife that, ironically, Dennis taught Clark how to sharpen. And all he says is, "Hey, how are you?" Clark is slashing at him, slitting his throat, stabbing him countless times. And then finally he spits on his bed before walking out. Clark's mom tries to help him get away with murder. She's like, "We gotta go on the run." But he decides he's gonna stay. And that is when the police come for him. They arrest Clark and now he's going to prison where he's gonna be placed in the cells with the types of people that he hates the most. I mean, one of them that he's already killed. Those are child predators. In part 2, we're going to cover Clark's time in prison, how he survived, all the strange details about what it means when your fellow cellmate keeps flushing his head down the toilet, and how Clark is now a free man. We also go into depth about what happened to his brother, another victim of Dennis Pegg who ends up being killed by Dennis, and what even happened in those 33 years between Dennis Pegg abusing Clark and Clark killing Dennis for what he's done. Why did the FBI come to find Clark? How does he get involved with the mob, the mafia? Also, the fact that Dennis Pegg has likely close to 100 victims, including his own grandnephew who self-exits soon after Dennis Pegg's murder. And somehow, throughout all of this, the one person that Clark cannot stop thinking about is a woman named Lisa. So what role does Lisa play in all of this? This is part 2, the final part of our interview with Clark Fredericks. All of those questions will be answered in this part of the episode, but there are still so many details and stories that Clark has to share that you can find in his memoir, Scarred, or by following him on his social media and by checking out his podcast. So with that being said, let's get into part 2. You've been reached out by the IRS, the FBI, and Homeland Security?
That's correct.
Were you counting cards?
I studied counting cards. But I found it to get a little distracting. This is going to sound weird.
Okay.
You know, I would go to the casinos and I would walk the casino floor and I would get a vibe for a table. And I'd be like, this is the table. And I'd just get a feeling for it. And I would gamble and I would get a feeling like, all right, it's time to up your bet. And I had an unbelievable 4 or 5 year run in the casinos that was just astronomical. I'm working in the tire automotive field making $700 a week. And I'm down in Atlantic City winning tens of thousands of dollars left and right.
And you're just putting cash in your closet?
In my briefcase in my closet.
This goes on for how many years?
This was a distraction from my pain.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's not like I consciously said, I have trauma from being abused as a child. I need to gamble to distract myself. Yeah. It was just, I'm uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable. It's my trauma in there making me feel uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable and I need something to distract me from that uncomfortable feeling. I need pleasure. I became a pleasure seeker. Don't address anything. Don't ever go inside. Let's just seek pleasure our whole life, whether it's drugs, gambling, whatever it may be. Seek pleasure. So that's what I was doing with gambling.
What is the most you've lost?
Most I lost was $75,000.
And do you feel it in that moment? I just lost $75,000.
Oh yeah, you can't sleep. It's just acid is awash in your stomach. Mm-hmm. But again, the high you get from losing is just, it distracts you from everything, just like the high from winning.
You start by reading books about gambling, and then somehow you end up being very superstitious.
Yeah, I mean, I went down there just on a whim,
Okay.
bored with life, and won 1,700. Went back, won 2,200. But I was getting yelled at the blackjack table because I didn't know what I was doing, but I was still winning. So I'm like, I'm not going to go back until I know what the hell I'm doing. And I would always hear all this screaming at the craps table. It sounded like a blast. So I had no idea how to play craps. So I took 6 months. I got 5 deck of cards. I read all these books on blackjack. I read books on craps. I would throw dice in my room. I would play all the hands of blackjack. I'd pick which one I am and see how it would affect things, my decisions. And I did that for 6 months until I felt comfortable to go back down. And then just boom, 17,000, 28,000, 30,000. It just went boom, 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 boom.
Is it true that if you win or lose, you could blame it on the fact that you stepped on a crack? Is that genuinely what starts happening, or?
Those little quirks didn't start right away, but as you start winning more and more and more, you start thinking, all right, what did I do? All right, I better not step on any cracks. I don't even know where it came from. It was just boom, all right, what did I do in the days leading up to going to the casino? When I went up the stairs, I jumped that second stair and then that, I skipped 2 stairs there. So then I would have to go up the stairs a certain way. And then I couldn't step on any cracks on pavement. And then, where they paint the blue handicapped spots with the wheelchair, I'm like, that's bad luck. Don't ever step on that. And then when I would get to the casino, there was a whole other ritual, for rolling the dice. It would, I would have to tap it a certain number of times, and in my knee, I would have to hit the table with my knee a certain number of times before I could roll the dice. And it was it just started getting more and more and more and more insane.
You start at the casinos, but then you get involved with the mob.
Yeah. Another brilliant decision.
Okay, so you get involved with the mob. How much do you owe the mob?
It was because I needed action every day of the week to distract myself from feeling uncomfortable. So like I couldn't wait to the weekends to go gamble. I needed something. What am I going to do Monday through Friday?
Yeah.
So it came about that I could, through a bar, I could start sports betting every day of the week. And I was given a no limit bet. So like I could bet as much as I wanted, as often as I wanted. In 6 months, I was broke, like lost everything. And in that last week, I was down 20,000 and I didn't have it. Now you would think, all right, it's time to walk away, Clark. But no. I'm going to get that 20,000 back if I can, plus some. So I called the number that I called to place my bets, and I said, hey, I got to move some money around. Can you let me carry that 20,000 over for another week? And they're like, for you, anything. I'm like, okay. So I go into that next week, 20 in the hole, and I'm like, I got to get that 20 back. Plus, I want to keep gambling, so I need to win on top. So I just start making really stupid bets. And when the week ended, I was 77,000 in the hole to the mob.
So when you were gambling in casinos, you were making money.
Yeah.
How much were you making?
Oh, hundreds. I mean, my largest win was 153,000. And that was after losing 3 times on the craps table where I had 20 to 30,000 at a clip up there.
Wow.
So I was well over $250,000 just for that one time. But I mean, 50,000, 70,000. My host put me into a blackjack tournament for 75,000, winner take all. And he's like, I think you got this, bro. Your luck is unbelievable. I didn't win. I got knocked out about halfway through it, but I went to a high stakes blackjack table and I won 80,000. So like I won more than what the prize was.
So then you were like, okay, I'm going to do this with the mob. And then you're down 77,000. And now the mob is trying to kill you.
The mob is threatening me, threatening my life. The mob is telling me the best thing I could do for myself is to go rob a bank. The guy's like, look, if you get caught, you're looking at 5 to 10 years. You'd be a hell of a lot better off doing 5 to 10 years than what we're going to do to you. And they're calling me every day. And this was like a constant, dude, you got to go rob a bank. Like, what are you waiting on? Go rob a bank. Maybe you'll get away with it. You can give us money and hold us off. You get caught, you go do 5, 10 years. What's the big deal? You know, that was what they were constantly on.
Did you ever consider robbing a bank?
No.
Oh.
And then they called my family. Oh. They got my father's phone number. And they said, hey, old man, you want to save your son's life? You better pony up some money for him. I had already gone to my family to warn them. And sure enough, they called my father. Then they called my brother, who I used to be in business with. And they're like, your brother's in a lot of trouble. You have the power to save your brother's life. You can do that by paying us what he owes us. And I had told everybody to tell them, like, this is Clark's responsibility. He'll handle it with you. And that's what they both said. But it scared everybody to death.
Were you not scared?
Oh, yeah. It was the worst time in my life.
Okay.
It was horrible. I had a shotgun in my truck, loaded, that I drove around with. I had a baseball bat in my office. I was constantly on edge, like just to leave the house in the morning, I got to go to all the windows of the house and look out in the yard, behind the shed, see if anybody's out there, you know. The same thing, leaving my office, like I've got to like survey everything. I was just hyper vigilant, is what they call it. And I was hyper vigilant to the max.
So the mob is as scary as they're depicted in movies and books. Like, they're intense.
Yeah, it was just angry, threatening phone calls almost on a daily basis. And I wasn't trying to like get out of, I wasn't trying to weasel out.
Yeah.
But I told them the only way I could make good on this is to set up a payment plan. And what I really could afford was $500 a month at the time, because I had a lot of debts to casinos. Casinos would all let me have, markers, $20,000 markers in them all. So I had all these markers I owed, and credit cards were maxed out. So I'm trying to juggle everybody. So I told the guy, I can do $500 a month. And the guy went absolutely bananas. And he's like, $500 a month doesn't even cover the juice on $77,000. Like, you're out of your mind, bro. So it was a horrible time. And then I get a phone call after months of this, and it's them. And they don't ask for money. They just say, "You're a dead man," and click and hang up. And then a couple months goes by after that where I'm completely on edge, can't sleep. You're always listening for every little sound, is that somebody out there? And I get a call. At this point in time, we had 2 tire automotive centers. I had one and my brother had one. And I happened to be at my brother's store one day, and his office manager came in the back room and said, "Hey, there's a phone call for you." I'm like, "Who the hell's calling me over here? Nobody knows I'm here." He goes, "I don't know. They asked for Clark." So I answer the phone, and the guy introduces himself as a special agent with the FBI. "I need to meet you at your Newton location," the store I had, "on Thursday at 3:00. And I'm like, "Well, bro, you got to tell me what this is about." He's like, "No, I don't." He goes, "I'll see you Thursday at 3:00. And he hangs up. And then your mind just goes in a million directions, I couldn't fathom what the FBI is coming to meet me for. I was doing some now and then, and I'm like, is the FBI going to try to pinch my dealer by put pressure in me? I'm buying a gram of the FBI's getting involved on a gram of. So I had no idea what it was. And then the guy came to the store, and clearly was an FBI guy, and said they had an informant inside one of the major crime families who told them a hit had been put out on my life for my gambling debt. And if I didn't think it was real before then, that really made everything real.
But you still didn't snitch. You didn't cooperate with the FBI. You're like, well,
No, they wanted me to wear a wire. And I was like, are you out of your mind? My life is hell right now. You want me to wear a wire and make it even worse? I go, and I told the FBI guy what I told the mob guy. I go, this is my problem, and I'm not running from it, and I'm going to deal with it. And the FBI guy said, well, that's very noble of you, but if things get too heavy for you, here's my card. You can call me.
Wait, what did the FBI guy offer you at first? He said, wear a wire and we will help you? Or
Yeah. It's not we'll solve your problem by taking these guys down. And I'm like, no, this is my problem, and I'm not going to compound it by wearing a wire.
Wow. Is it because that you scared that wearing a wire is more dangerous than...
That's just not the type of person I was. It wasn't in my DNA to become a little weasel snitch wearing a wire.
Interesting.
No, it's not who I am.
Wow.
It's all in the book, but if you, because I know the FBI, Homeland Security, and IRS Criminal Division reached out. If you had to rank them in intensity, who was the scariest agency? Because it's a lot of experience.
Division of Homeland Security, I'd say, is at the bottom.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Boy, the FBI, the IRS did a full audit on me. They thought I was money laundering because I was putting in all this cash from the gambling winnings into my bank account. That was a nightmare doing that.
You didn't just tell them you're that good? They're like, no, we don't.
Well, that's what I eventually got to that point with them, but there's laws for trying to skirt the $10,000 notification rule, dummy me, like somebody said, oh, if you put in under $10,000 deposit, it doesn't get recorded or notified. So I'm like, oh, cool. So 9,800, 9,700, 9,600, 9,700, 9,800, 9,200, 9,400, 9,800, like nonstop. And then that sets off all the red flags. And so, yeah, that was a nightmare too.
So IRS or FBI, who's scarier?
I think when you're told a hit's been put out on your life and a confidential informant, that's the top of the list. Yeah.
That's like in your 30s. But it does seem like after everything that Dennis did, there were signs in your childhood where a lot of psychiatrists later say it seemed like you're crying for help, like trying to get help in a way. Playing with fire, is that one of them?
Yeah, I became a little firebug.
What is it about fire? Because I see that a lot in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I think it has to do with control. And it's an outlet for anger from what happened.
So you're just like lighting matches, or are you lighting things on fire?
Yeah, I lit our house. We had this screened in patio bar area out back, and I lit the corner of that on fire, and like guys happened to show up that were going to be painting the house, and like the screened in porch things on fire, like it had been smoldering overnight and caught on fire when they got there. And, we had a huge backyard and raked the leaves into a pile where the swing set was, and you'd swing off into the leaves. Well, I just took a can of gas all over the leaves and set it on fire, and this big fire exploded. And
these are big fires. Okay.
So yeah, and then another sign of abuse is shoplifting, and I got caught shoplifting, and it's the same thing. It's an outlet for anger and pain. It's a control issue. So those were signs, and I started smoking pot like right after the abuse. 12 years old, started smoking pot, drank heavily in high school, got suspended for coming in drunk, got caught on a class trip to the Jersey Shore, drinking on a bench with two other buddies, and the chaperone teachers come up behind us and like, seriously guys? My principal threatened me that I wouldn't graduate with the class if at the prom he even had the hint of alcohol on my breath.
Did you ever feel frustrated that these teachers are saying these things to you, but they don't like recognize what is underneath that behavior? Was there any sort of frustration or anger towards them?
No. I'm there was a thing with the essay I wrote, which is unbelievable. I would hope that times have changed. And your audience, in the book, they'll see this essay I wrote, and I put a lot of stuff in there in this essay that was, it just screams I've been abused.
Yeah.
Like I need help and I've been abused. And the teacher gave me an A and said, use more paragraphs next time. So like if you see a sudden change in behavior in a younger person, there's a reason why, like shoplifting, fire, weed, drinking, getting suspended, getting detentions, getting caught on class trips, getting threatened by the principal, like writing this essay that screamed, I need help. And I don't know if it was a sign of the times, but it was all right there. And, nobody picked up on it.
What's interesting about your case is that Because I know there's a lot of cases where maybe victims' family and parents are not as involved in their lives and they might be missing a lot of the larger signs. But it seems like your dad was picking up on these signs and he asked you multiple times.
Yeah.
And you never told him what happened.
And I really, like, you know, I've been asked, you know, if I have regrets in life, you know, like, do I regret owing $77,000 to the mob? Do I regret doing drugs? Do I regret, you know, like, really the only, and it's tough to have this regret, but I do have this regret, you know, like being a young boy and lying to my father when he asked me if Dennis Pegg ever touched me. And I just couldn't. The shame is there and the pain is there. And my parents viewed me as the golden child for surviving this operation. And I just didn't want to become now the abused son who's tortured inside mentally. You know, so I just told my dad, no, he never touched me.
Around the time that your dad starts asking you if Dennis Pegg ever touched you, there were some other kids that were talking about it.
Yeah, that's how it came out.
And nothing happened.
All right. Now just picture this. You have a 260-pound hulking lieutenant at the jail who's waiting out in the parking lot for young male inmates to get released so he can take them home to his house to mentor them. I'm a mentor. I'm going to give you a safe environment. You come live with me. We'll get you back on your feet. In the middle of the night, he would pounce on these young male inmates. Some ran away. Some didn't. Some probably froze like I froze. But the ones that ran away in the middle of the night in Stillwater is just like a little tiny rural town. And they would hitchhike. And when they would get picked up, they would tell the people, like, I just got out of jail and this guy told me he would give me a safe place to stay, to get my feet back on the ground. And in the middle of the night, he's in my bed trying to do stuff with me. And it spread like wildfire around Stillwater. And that's where my father sat me down, said, did Dennis ever touch you? The first time he sat me down was probably a year after so I was probably 13. The second time was when a waitress in a donut shop told my father over a cup of coffee that her son, who was a classmate of mine, same grade, from Stillwater, in the Boy Scouts, had been by Dennis. And my father came home after she said that, and this time he said, before you answer me, I just want you to know you'll never have to go to the cops. You'll never have to testify in court. I'll take care of Dennis myself. Did he ever touch you? So is my father saying, I'll kill Dennis? That's how I took it. And that's way too much weight to put your teenage son under. Like, as tempting as it was, like, I was tortured over that for a long time. Like, man, do I tell him? Do I tell him? Do I tell him? I want Dennis dead. Yeah, Dad could kill him. Dad could kill him. But then what if it goes wrong? What if Dad gets killed in the attack? Then it's my fault for telling him. What if Dad goes to prison for the rest of his life and I'm without a father? That's on me because I told him. So now I can't tell him. No, I can't. And I didn't tell him.
Do you think your dad would have?
Yeah, because there's something later on in the book my dad told me on his deathbed, and that just confirmed that he would have done it.
How do you feel that it was you that killed Dennis rather than your dad?
Yeah, nobody's ever asked me that. I feel better that it was me instead of my dad. Because sending somebody else to do your work to, like, look, if I did it and I was either on a suicide mission, I was either going to commit suicide after, or I was going to do life in prison. That's on me. I don't want to be responsible for sending somebody else to do life in prison to get mortally wounded maybe, or to commit suicide after they do it. I don't want that on my shoulders.
It seems by all accounts you were a very smart kid and you end up at Northeastern.
Yeah. And I never applied myself in high school. Like after the abuse, I just, everything was lacking, another sign, but I was really smart and I could do no work, get B's, C's. Somehow I got into Northeastern. They weren't as strict back then as they are now. Like now it's like uber tough to get in, but I got in and became a excellent student. I graduated cum laude.
And there is someone that you meet at Northeastern that's featured in your book?
Yeah. I Dennis Pegg did a lot of things that derailed a lot in my life. And one of the things he derailed was me being able to be intimate with a partner. And by intimate, I mean like open, like sex is one thing. Intimacy is a completely different thing. And I met this girl, Lisa, and she was so bubbly and outgoing, and she approached me. I was just studying by myself, and she came over and plopped down, and she was a whirlwind in my life. And she saw signs, though, even back then. Like, she would say to me, we would be laying together in bed, and I would have, like, soldiers come back from war and have a 1,000-mile stare. I had that stare. And she'd be like, hello. And she'd be like in front of my face, and I'm still just like I wouldn't even acknowledge it. And then she'd hit me, and I'd be like, what? She's like, where are you in your mind right now? Like, you are not present with me. And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, played it off that she was nuts. The trauma of this abuse was still really fresh and raw, and I would get lost in thought about it. And we had an amazing connection, amazing love between us. I could tell her I loved her, and I did. We had passion, and we dated for 6 years, and she was ready to, like, start our lives together, get married, careers, family, whatever it would entail. And I couldn't do that. Like,
did you ever think about telling her, or?
No.
Why?
For a similar reason to my parents. I didn't want to go from the cool, sexy, party animal, fun-loving boyfriend to the wounded, broken wing duckling.
So you guys break up.
We break up.
Do you feel like she was... do you believe in soulmates? Is that a crazy question to ask someone your age? Or is that...
Yeah, I do.
Do you think that she was yours?
Yeah.
How long after college do you guys break up?
I was a year ahead of her. So I graduated, and then she graduated a year behind, and then like another year after that is when she's like, what are we doing here? I was just jerking her around at that time, and she's like, she was living in the city. I was living in Jersey. I would go in for a weekend. We'd have an amazing time, but then I'd disappear for a month or two. And then show back up, have an amazing time, disappear again. And she's like, every time you disappear, you're breaking my heart. Like, what are you doing? And she's like, are we going to get our act together and get going on life together or not? And I go, I can't do that. Like, everything is subconscious with it, with abuse. It was just like the thought of getting married, being tied down, scares me to death. It makes me feel really uncomfortable because being tied down and scared to death is how I was in that guy's house. And I'm feeling trapped, and I felt trapped in that house. So just that trapped feeling, I can't feel trapped. I don't want to feel trapped. Don't make me feel trapped. I'm going to run if you make me feel trapped. You're making me feel trapped. I got to go. Sorry. And that's how it was. And that's how it was with careers. You know, like in my 20s, it was like 2 to 3 years in a career, and that was it. Like I'm getting really uncomfortable feeling. I'm feeling trapped. I'm feeling like just a lot of pressure. I'm just feeling like I'm just like getting pushed down into the ground. I gotta run. I gotta go. I was a prey caught in his snare. He had me trapped for years, and I just never wanted to feel that feeling again.
Just an interesting observation. You don't have to comment, but it's interesting because you feel that way with relationships and careers. But in your book, you don't use this terminology for your careers, but you do with Lisa. You have this tendency to write post-Lisa when describing certain events that happen after the breakup. It's very interesting.
Back in college, myself and my 2 roommates and Lisa and her 2 roommates, we all dated. So the 6 of us were always together. 2 of the couples didn't make it, Lisa and I being one, but one of the couples did. They got married.
After college, you guys break up. You're in, the FBI's calling you, the mob is after you. Everything is kind of everywhere. And then you kill Dennis Pegg.
Yeah.
Like, in your darkest time, you never thought, like, maybe I should reach out to her?
Constantly. Over the decades, constantly.
What stopped you?
Just the way I was living, the shape I was in, the shape my life was in. Like, I had so many grandiose fantasies about finding Lisa and sweeping her off her feet and riding off into the sunset. But I've got the mob wanting to kill me. Like, I'm really going to bring her into that. I'm going to go find her, sweep her off her feet, ride off into the sunset. But I'm addicted to drugs and alcohol. Really? I'm going to bring her into that?
So you don't...
So there was never a good time. I talked myself out of it. I would talk myself into it, and then I talk myself out of it.
So you don't not reach out because of you. You don't not reach out for her. Like, you don't want to bring her into these things, so...
Yeah, I don't want to hurt her all over again. Like, I knew I hurt her back in the day, and I cared so much for her, I didn't want to do that again. Like, my life, from the abuse to the murder, it was tumultuous, to say the least. Like, I was off wandering in the desert for 30 years, like, just going down one bad path after another. And I couldn't bring her into that.
So now you're in jail. You're facing life in prison after the killing. You're withdrawing from drugs. You have a hole in your hand. I mean, what are your options? To plead insanity? Like, do you have any options at this point? What's going on in your mind the first night in jail?
Well, they put me
in the
suicide cell,
yeah,
which is exactly where I needed to be.
Do the lights turn off in there?
No.
I feel like that makes things worse, no? Okay.
You know, the camera's in there, and, you know, it's on you, and, yeah, it was hell.
I think what's interesting is I was reading through all of like the psychiatric reports that were done when you were in jail. Did you feel like a lab rat? It seems like there's so much debate about your state of mind. Do you feel like you're just being poked and prodded at? And
Yeah, like those psych exams were like nerve wracking. It was, because some of the stuff they had you do is just,
they would show you pictures and try to get you to describe the scenario, the scene.
Scene, yeah.
It's very
And
interesting.
and then like I had to do the Rorschach test, the ink blots.
Yeah.
And you got to come up with what it looks like. And it's just, oh my God. And I thought like one wrong answer, like they would like, he cannot get out for the rest of his life. Boom. Like I just thought, and the pressure you put yourself under to try to answer things right, that just makes it worse. Cause then you're like, oh, it was, and like 500 multiple choice tests. Like, boom, you gotta take this 500 multiple choice test. Like, and they ask you the same question in that multiple choice test 4 different ways, seeing if you, like they'll reword it, but it's the same question to see if you answer differently,
It seems like you were honest. I don't know. This is one. So you were shown a picture that is not provided, but you say that it appears to be a man who's pulling away. She's trying to hold him and talk to him. Maybe he drinks too much and has anger problems. So it feels like you took these tests very seriously. Like it doesn't seem like you were trying to answer how they wanted.
Almost feels like I'm talking about Lisa and I.
Yeah. When you get to prison, eventually, you have to carry around a file so that if someone accuses you of being a pedophile, prisoners will show their file. Were there a lot of pedophiles getting beaten up in prison?
There's a lot of fights, but it wasn't necessarily the pedophiles getting beaten up. Believe it or not, the prison likes the pedophiles because they're the snitches. So like they use them.
That's so interesting.
To be snitches. So like they, they hate what they did, but they use that against them to get info out of them. So on the unit I was on, I was told by my therapist that 2 out of 3, I was told 1 out of 3, closer to 2 out of 3 guys on my unit was there for a crime, mostly involving children. I was like, are you kidding me? And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then I was told, one of the guards told me like, oh yeah, they're our snitches for us. Like they give us all the dirt on guys.
If you hear about a pedophile that gets beaten up in jail, did you feel anything? Were you just like,
well, in the county jail, the tier I was on was not supposed to have any, and yet somehow I was told by paperwork getting mixed up, they kept putting pedophiles on my tier in the county jail. And the guards in the county jail hated the pedophiles. The pedophiles in prison, they use them. In the county jail, they hated them. And they would come up to me and be like, that guy that just came on, he's a kitty toucher. So like they would be like egging me on to like do something.
but that would have made your life exponentially harder as well.
Yeah, and I was cognizant of like, what will that look like to go to trial, to go to sentencing, and all I've been doing my whole time here is beating up pedophiles. Like,
Yeah.
how could they possibly release me then? But I would tell them, myself and another guy would go sit down with them. And I did this a couple times early on, and then I just let 2 other guys and we would just say, look, man, we got word that you're a kitty toucher. You know what they call them in there? I don't even know if I put it in the book.
I don't
But
think so.
tree jumper.
Why?
Think of the guy with an overcoat on, hiding behind a tree, and then a little kid walks by and they jump out and open their overcoat. Tree jumper. So like that's what they're called here. Like out west in California, they call them chomos.
Oh,
Child molester. Chomos they call them. But here in Jersey, New York, they're tree jumpers. And sort of, the guards would either say kitty toucher or that's a tree jumper. And we would just be like, sit down with them at a table and be like, look, bro, we're told you're a tree jumper and you got to go. You got to hit the button. You could go over, there's a button by the door and you press the button and the guards would be like, what do you want? And you say, I want to check in. Means protective custody.
Oh.
So I did that a couple times. I'm like, look, if we're wrong, I apologize. But it's not safe for you to stay here because that's the word now. And somebody's going to come after you. And they'd be like, it's not me, man. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. And we'd get up and be like, sorry, bro. And we'd walk away, and within a minute, they'd go over to the button and be like, I need protective custody.
So you never wanted to maybe punch one?
No, like, I wasn't there. Like, I've said this, like, if I got a life sentence,
Maybe you'd
then
punch
all
one.
bets were off.
Yeah.
Right. But
Yeah.
I wasn't. And my therapist told me about how many were on my unit because she didn't want me to do anything stupid. She goes, don't tell the guys on your unit what you're here for.
Yeah.
Because it's called putting a battery pack on your back and amping you up. So she go like, if the guys know what you're here for, they're going to put a battery pack on your back and try to get you amped up to go do something stupid. I go, nobody's going to make me do anything I don't want to do. Yeah. I go, they're not putting any battery pack on I go, and in the psych exam, they asked me that, like, how do we know you're not a risk to harm other people? And I'm like, unless you were the person who abused me, I'm not out to avenge every pedophile out there. I go, just the one that abused me. So.
What was worse, the mice or the cockroaches?
Oof. Well, I was on the top bunk, so I didn't have to necessarily deal with the mice. To me, the cockroaches were worse because they would like fall on you and while you're trying to sleep.
Wow.
Do you want to lay down tonight and have a cockroach fall on you? You scream and you're like, ah! That was in a place called CRAF,
Okay.
CRAF. And that's when you leave the county jail to go to prison, you have to go to this place to get classified which prisons suit you best. And it's they purposely have it as a hellhole to like frighten you from never wanting to come back into the prison system. And the guards are frightening, and the mice are frightening, and the cockroaches are frightening, and everything's disgusting. And it's just like, you don't want to go back to CRAF. CRAF was hell.
I mean, how is prison in general? But like, how bad is bad? I mean, I see people are flushing their heads in toilets for drugs, for smoking marijuana.
Well, those toilets are like the airplane toilets. It's just like sucks. So if you want to smoke weed, you put your head in your toilet and blow it and hit the button. You can always tell somebody who's smoking weed in their cell because the button goes. You just hear the suction sound going and going and going and going and going.
So guards are just walking by and they just see cellmates with their heads in the toilets.
Well, there's usually only one guard on at a time. There's a guard on the floor, and then there's like two guards in a bubble, and they have to do a walkthrough like every so often. So when they just did their walkthrough, like, all right, I got 2 hours now or whatever it is, or an hour till they do another one, so you can smoke your weed then.
warm weather, vacation plans, backyard barbecues, and endless possibilities, good and bad. You know, summer should be your escape from stress, your time to recharge and make memories. But summer can also be the peak season for life-changing accidents. A pool party at your local community pool can end in a nasty slip or with you face to face with wet concrete. I've been there, I've done that. Music festivals, beach outings, sporting events, even pickleball, recreational pickleball can be dangerous. Anywhere people gather to celebrate summer, accidents are waiting to happen. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. They have over 1,000 attorneys nationwide to help you get back on your feet and get your summer back on track. They've recovered over $25 billion, billion with a B, for their clients nationwide, and they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. I mean, there's a reason they're America's largest injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. Just click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/rotten. That's forthepeople.com/rotten, or click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. You wrote a good chunk of your book in prison, but you used a prison pen. Can you describe what a prison pen is? How?
They call them security pens.
Okay.
And they're these flexible plastic tubes with a little thing of ink in them. It's just, so you can't stab somebody with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything in a prison is, can they make a weapon out of this?
Are there lots of weapons being made?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Like, I mean, one of the main things they liked where I was at was the tiles in the shower were coming out, so you could like pop a tile off and then carve it down into a point, but I didn't see any stabbings. It was just fights. It was fist fights.
Were you ever involved in any?
No.
That's so interesting how you were able to keep to yourself pretty well.
Yeah, I didn't have any fights in the county jail, and I had one incident in prison. We lined up for the shower, and this big guy, and he was not mentally all there, so which you always have to be cognizant of. He went around everybody to the front of the line, and everybody started moaning. And for whatever reason, they looked at me like, say something. So I go to him, and I'm like, hey, bro, we're all waiting in line. You gotta wait at the end of the line. I'm next. I go, come on, man. We're all being cool. Just, you can't just cut the line. I'm next. So now, do I want to fight and go to the hole over this guy getting in front of the shower? So I just said, whatever, bro. Like it wasn't worth me getting into a fight or going to the hole over a guy cutting in line of the shower who has clearly some form of mental illness.
How bad is the hole? Have you been to the hole? Never been in the hole?
No.
You've heard of the hole?
Yeah.
Does it seem bad?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a dumb question. Yeah, that was fair.
I mean, I was in a suicide cell for 4 weeks. That's bad.
Really?
That's like the
Okay.
hole. You get nothing. You get no book. You can't get commissary. It's just misery. You don't get out.
How long did it actually feel to you?
The suicide one?
The 4 weeks.
Yeah, that was long because the suicide cell was right next to the intake. So people would be coming in like drugged out, off the wall, loud, screaming, wanting to fight the guards. There was women that were wanting to fight the guards, spitting on them, always commotion. There's other suicide cells there, so you got guys screaming all hours of the night. it's cold, it's freezing at times. It was just miserable.
So it did not make you less suicidal. It made you more. Okay.
No side cells, no, but it's very tough to kill yourself in there. So I was in the right spot, as miserable as it was, because early on, that's all I could think about.
While you're there waiting to figure out what happens, I mean, there's a lot of discourse on whether or not your charge should be dropped to manslaughter. There's a lot of back and forth with the prosecutors. But one of the main things that keeps happening is more victims come forward.
Yeah.
I mean, is that kind of a weird feeling? Because on one hand, you're happy your legal case is getting stronger. But on the other hand, like, it must be very depressing to know that there's more. Like, more people, more trauma. Or did you feel, in a sense, like maybe we can, in a sense, get through it together? Maybe this is some closure for people. What was that feeling like?
Yeah, well, I mean, early on as a kid, you think you're alone. Mm-hmm. You think you're the only one. Later on, my lawyer's like, between the state police, the prosecutor's office, my office, we're taking so many calls about victims. You know, he even said at times it's hard to keep up with. That it hurts, but it also helps your case. Like, it corroborates what you did wasn't just being, drunk looking for a thrill kill, like some idiot said. It's tough to, like, know that you need other people's pain to come forward to help you,
Yeah.
But hopefully it would help them to, like, speak out, because that's the only way you can heal is to speak out.
You said, like some idiot said. I had the article from the idiot. Okay, I'm going to read snippets of this article, but I do have questions later because...
And I don't know if we should use his name. I don't even want to give him...
He's deceased. Yeah.
Who, the guy who wrote that?
Yeah. Ernest is dead.
Really?
Yeah. I know. We did share a little chuckle over that one. Yeah.
Okay, read away. Yeah. Wow, that's unbelievable. I'm not supposed to mourn, am I? Wow, you just blew me away with that. Holy smokes, you guys really did your work.
His article is crazy.
That?
Yeah. And it's a very intense article. And I'm curious to know if you read it while you were in jail, but it reads, Dennis Pegg was the kindest, most considerate, and gentlest man to ever have graced the earth.
I did read it.
You did read it?
Yeah, you get the papers in there. And I didn't read it at the time because I was in a suicide cell when it was written, but it was mailed in to me, and I read it.
It is disgusting that certain lowlifes only now are coming out from under a rock to besmirch the stellar reputation of a man who can no longer defend himself.
So a victim is a lowlife.
Did you have any sort of, like, what was your reaction when you're reading these words? I know it wasn't right away, but...
It hurt, like to be, to see someone speak so highly about a predator. Like, everybody heard rumors. Mm-hmm. This guy had to hear rumors too. But to discount that and build this guy up as something he wasn't, you can't little boys and do something good and just people focus on the good. No, you're little boys.
Yeah.
Like, any good you do is out the window. And yet Ernest wanted to just focus on the good.
Wait, did we talk about who wrote this article?
Yes, his name is Ernest, and he was very friendly with Dennis Pegg. Very close friends, and also his attorney. He also owed Dennis Pegg $12,000. I mean, the things you can find on the internet are very strange. I don't know. But he is since deceased, but I just find it like unthinkable, because even if I had a friend, but all these victims are coming forward, there's no way that you can write these types of words. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, he had to know the rumors, and yet you're going to call me a lowlife coming out from under a rock, and you're going to build Dennis Peg up as this pillar of society. Like, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how Ernest lived with himself after writing that article.
most people, they support you, but are there more Ernests out there? Like, do you see people writing stuff like this about you? Have people said things like this to you?
No, just the internet trolls. Like when I'll do something, you can't get away from them. Maybe you don't have them, but
No, there's no escape.
yeah, but I'll get a, and I don't know what joy they get out of it. Like, cause when I do any type of interview, I put my heart and soul in it. Everything can be corroborated. I'm not lying about anything.
People think you're lying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like this story is BS. Like, what is BS? It's Google my name. Yeah. And early on, I would try to interact with the internet trolls just to be and then they vanish. You don't hear from them. So I just gave up trying to why bother? But yeah, as far as people in my community, no, I don't hear anything from what Ernest wrote back then. I don't see that.
But okay. I looked up Dennis Peg's obituary.
Oh, isn't that horrific?
Yeah. And I thought surely it's going to be a 5-sentence ordeal where maybe the family is like, okay, he's gone. We're in mourning. He's survived by these people. It's like 1.5, 2 pages. It's talking about his time in the Boy Scouts extensively. Has anyone in his family reached out to apologize? Have they said anything to you?
No, I've been asked that, because people are like, did anybody in the family ever say I'm sorry, for what happened to you by our brother, by our uncle, by whoever? And no, nobody ever reached out. And they were all interviewed by the prosecutor. Mm-hmm. And not one person made mention of Dennis having a traumatic childhood. It's a falsehood that those abused become abusers. I had a therapist who worked in a diagnostic center for pedophiles. She said 100% coming in the door said I was abused as a child. They would give them all lie detector tests. 75% failed when asked, were you abused as a child? So they all use that to try to garner sympathy for their actions instead of just saying I'm evil and I do evil things.
And so none of his family will really acknowledge it, but wasn't his nephew a victim?
Yeah, his great nephew committed suicide after I was arrested, and he shot himself. And everybody I know, and I know people really close to him, said what a wonderful kid he was, and yet he took his life after my arrest, and they found actual images on Dennis's computer of the nephew.
Do you believe that has your arrest trigger something?
Yeah, I mean, just like it opened my brother's Pandora's box, it probably opened Dylan's Pandora's box as well.
Ernest writes in the article, that is the definition of a coward. That you guys are only coming out now that Dennis is dead. That's what they all are, cowards, plain and simple. Do you feel like what you did was cowardly in any way?
No. I went there, like I said, basically on a suicide mission. I was ready to give my life that night. He should have had a handgun 10 different spots in that house. And as soon as I opened that front door, I should have been shot dead.
It's interesting because a lot of people say that the worst thing you can do to another person is take away their life. But is that really true? Because it almost makes it seem like then what you did is worse than his crime.
Yeah, I mean, I've had people say, you know, like, you murdered. And I'm like, yeah, I did. And that's why I'm in the position I am to advise every other victim to not follow my path. I did things wrong. I led a self-destructive life. I should have healed early on. I should have talked about this early on. And that's one of the main reasons for me being here on your program is because you have a younger demographic, I feel. And that's the age I want to reach so people can hear from me that what I did didn't heal me. It just created more problems, more trauma. I was ready to kill myself. I was ready to do life in prison. And you don't have to forfeit your life because you were abused. You know, you can heal from it. And I'm healing now. And I want people to see that. And I want them to follow my footsteps now versus how I lived earlier.
But do you feel like Dennis also killed something in all of his victims?
Oh, of course. I had a former lieutenant of a police department who was a professor at Seton Hall, and he equated childhood abuse to soul murder. You murder the soul of that child.
Yeah.
And I agreed with him 1,000% on that.
There is this interesting moment where, okay, well, first of all, your murder charge, first-degree murder charge, is brought down to manslaughter. So at some point, the prosecution, they come around. Is that
It
how
took 3 years. I had that first-degree murder hanging over my head for 3 years in the county jail. There is no such thing as a speedy trial when it comes to a murder. And our psych eval from our side got delayed, and it got presented to the prosecutor just before that like a couple months before the 3-year mark. And in that psych evaluation is everything laid out, like the abuse, the murder. It's not like a whodunit anymore. And between all the victims that came forward and then reading that psych evaluation, the prosecutor offered me a plea deal to second-degree manslaughter. And second-degree manslaughter carries 5 to 10 versus 30 to life for first-degree murder.
Okay, that is another thing that was so interesting. I feel like a lot of cases that we work on, the psych evaluations from the defense and the prosecution, it's like reading 2 different books from 2 different planets. Yours, we had difficulty being like, wait, this is the prosecution's psych evaluation. They're identical.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And what's really crazy is my defense came out of the prosecutor's psych eval. He came out and said, I feel passion provocation fits Clark perfectly. And he explained why. And passion provocation had never been used 30 plus years after the fact. Passion provocation is the husband comes home and his wife's in bed with the mailman, and he freaks out and kills one of them or both. That's passion provocation. This was being used 30 plus years after the initial abuse. And there's 4 factors to it, and he fit me into all 4 factors in the present day and how it fit. So like their side came up with my defense because we had initially come up with diminished capacity.
There is this interesting thing in the book where they do say the problem, though,
Is that you're a decent human being. And so they say that's the problem, because now with the manslaughter charge, they're saying that you will have trouble living with yourself unless you pay a debt to society.
Unless I'm punished.
Do you agree with that?
Strangely, yeah. Yeah, I because I've said to people, like some of the trolls, like I'm like I paid my debt, like I did what I was ordered to do, and it gave me time to think about life, to redirect my life, to think about what I want to do with my life. I needed to be away from drugs and alcohol. I needed to bring healing. I needed to confront my demons. And being locked up, even though I was in hell, prison is hell, I was able to do that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. One thing, though, I will say is I'm going to link it in the description, but you have this insane interview with the prosecutor that was on your case. I thought it was the most... You guys have such interesting interactions. I'm like, how do you interact with someone that was trying to, at least at some point, make you stay in prison for the rest of your life? Is it
Right?
is it a weird dynamic, or you guys are just buds? Like, what?
Actually, this morning at the hotel before I came here to meet you, guess who I got a text from? The prosecutor saying, and this is what he said. He goes, "I'm sorry I missed your book signing. I was in the hospital. Please save me an autographed book."
No, because you have some very interesting friendships. I mean, you're friends with a lot of the officers that arrested you.
Yeah.
You're friends with the lead prosecutor on your case.
Yep.
You're friends with a lot of like the forensic teams that probably processed the crime scene.
Yeah.
That is very interesting.
My biggest supporter
Yeah.
throughout all of this has been law enforcement.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, from the very get-go, starting with Howie Ryan at the. Actually, it started on my steps of my house when I was arrested. The guy who gave me that state police shirt, he was there. He was supposed to be getting off. He heard my name mentioned, and he told his sergeant, "I know that guy. He's a friend of mine. Let me go to the house in case this goes sideways. I want to be able to talk to Clark." And when I was arrested on my front steps, he came up to me and he said quietly, "Dude, don't say a word." And then it went to Howie Ryan at the state police station. And then in the county jail, I thought because Dennis Pegg worked there,
Yeah.
because we heard the rumors 30 plus years ago about him waiting outside taking inmates home. Nothing ever happened. I thought for sure he was protected, and I thought for sure I'd get the beating of a lifetime in there. And one by one, guards came into the suicide cell and said, "I never worked with the guy. I'm hearing what an animal he was. Just hang in there. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk to anybody." And that was like guy after guy after guy would tell me that.
I mean, that's so rare. I mean, you usually see a lot of stories of, I guess, the blue wall of cops protecting cops. So
That's what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah. Wow. So you walk into the courtroom to give your statement. What is that like?
That was torturous. Like I can sit here with you now and talk and people will comment on, a few other podcasts I've done, like, "Oh, I don't know how you can talk so easily about such trauma." Well, you want to see my first speech? Go, look at my courtroom speech on YouTube. It's horrific. I'm shrinking down, trying to make myself so small. I'm just wanting to hide. I can't get words out. I'm like stuttering. I'm breaking down crying, sniveling.
From the time that I was 8 years old until I was 12 years old, I was sexually assaulted and raped by Dennis Pegg. It started out with him wanting to touch my scar that I had from open heart surgery at the age of 6. It progressed to wrestling matches and eventually led to him raping me. At the time, Dennis Pegg was a sheriff's officer, a scoutmaster of troop number 83 in Stillwater, and a close friend of our family. Dennis Pegg told me that he had sexual relations with a close family relative and also my childhood friend, Jeff Hall. He described those relations in detail, and I believed him. He told me that he got drunk and naked with one of my close relatives and with Jeff. And he said he had taken pictures of them naked. He showed me Polaroid photographs that he said he had taken of other young boys and men unclothed. Jeff committed suicide on February 10th, 1983. With a shotgun to his head. I was a junior in high school. My brother Jay and I ran to Jeff's house after his sister Brenda came to our house covered in blood, crying hysterically. I remember standing in the living room of Jeff's house with my brother. We got there before the authorities arrived. I saw a puddle of blood on his bathroom floor. I will always believe that Jeff killed himself as a result of Dennis Pegg's abuse. As an adult, I visited Jeff's grave at least twice a year. Every Christmas Eve, I went to visit him.
But that's how confronting your trauma goes early on. It's tough. It's tough the first couple conversations. People avoid it because they want to avoid that, but that's how you get past it. So I look at that courtroom video as a stepping stone to being able to sit here with you now and talk, fluently about it.
But when you're on your way out of that courtroom, everybody starts clapping.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. Yeah, it wasn't. They weren't clapping for me murdering a pedophile. They were clapping for me confronting my trauma finally. And I actually got a standing ovation, which was pretty amazing. And the guards that took me back out of the courtroom into the holding cell, they said to me, "Wow, that was a first." And I'm like, "What's that?" And they're like, "Never have I seen somebody admit to murdering somebody and get a standing ovation for it." So I was like, and they're like, "That was some speech you gave. Good job."
Did it make you feel less lonely when people were clapping? Like, what is the feeling? Did you feel is that them showing support? Did you feel less lonely? What was the feeling?
I think they could all tell how painful it was to get through what I got through.
And when it comes to sentencing, I mean, it seems like the judge is in a kind of a tricky situation because it seems like there's a lot of debate about what's justice in your case of, okay, well, typically justice looks like X amount of years. But that doesn't really feel right in this case. But was there some sort of concern that if they didn't give you enough time that other people would start going out and taking justice into their own hands? Was that like a huge...
Well, that was one of the things, that was mentioned. And my lawyer had me brace myself for the high end of the sentencing.
Which was 10 years, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
He goes, I really can't see anything less than 8 years. He goes, I'd be, just brace yourself for 8 to 10 years. He had put in a motion to sentence me to 3 to 5 years, because if you have never been arrested, even though I had all those run-ins with those 3-letter agencies, I was never arrested. And he put in a motion to have me sentenced to a 3rd-degree crime. And I had enough time in where, had the judge gone with that, I would have been released. But so he goes, all this motion that I'm putting in gives a wider sentencing range. And the judge, he took a lot of deliberation, and he said a lot of things that got me like really excited. And I'm thinking of liberating Mr. Fredericks at this moment. And I know Mr. Fredericks only did what he did because of what was done to him. And then in the end, he said, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to acknowledge, the motion for 3rd-degree crime. I am going to sentence you to the minimum 5 years, and I apologize for having to send you to prison for a single day. Wow. The judge gives me the minimum and apologizes for giving me the minimum.
That's such a weird feeling. I mean, it's the same thing with Howard Ryan apologizing to you. I mean,
Yeah.
It's kind of... I wonder if it's a confusing feeling.
Yeah, that's why I say I think everybody in law enforcement, look, a judge isn't supposed to have excommunication, excommunicado communications outside of the courtroom with anybody. They're human, so he's going to probably hear rumors about Dennis Pegg as well.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor ran a dual investigation on what I did and what Dennis Pegg had been up to for his whole life. And it was obvious what Dennis was doing. Everybody knew. And it got uncovered. And, they don't want to justify what I did. They still wanted to punish me. And I, at the end of the day, I still had to do 5 years. It's no walk in the park. It's still 5 years. And, but I had like the perfect storm. I'm in a little small town, a little small county with a monster who had a 45-year reign of terror, who everybody heard something eventually, except maybe Ernest Hemshot, who had his ears plugged. Everybody heard something about Dennis Pegg. And at the end of the day, I got the minimum. I don't think that's going to happen to anybody else. You're not going to get this type of perfect storm if you go do what I did. And that's why, and you do not want to try to heal from abuse in prison. Prison is hell. I am the rarity. I was able to do it. I was able to start my healing, getting locked up. But man, don't think you're gonna follow my footsteps. Start healing now, and instead of like following me to prison like I did. You don't want to do that.
What was the first thing you did when you got out of prison?
Very first thing, my niece picked me up. I'm very close with my niece Kim, and she insisted on picking me up, and we went right to a diner.
What'd you order?
Oh my God, I had eggs, sausage, bacon, pancakes, everything, and just.
Wait, do you not get? Okay, what was like your prison? Like, what do you? What do you eat in prison? Sorry.
This is what in prison
Yeah.
the food was tough. I ate 6 nights a week. I had ramen noodles and mackerel with hot sauce and honey.
That's an interesting combination.
And that was 6 nights a week. On Sunday nights, they gave you real chicken. They gave you a chicken leg. So I would eat the chicken. But the other 6 nights, I had ramen noodles and mackerel.
Wow. So you go to a diner and you order everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And what everything from jail to prison is gluten. And I was in agony my whole 5 years, like doubled over, in pain, agonizing pain, because I had celiac. I didn't know it. And I lived on Maalox and Tums for 5 years. And so getting it out and just going to a diner and getting real food, that was great.
But after you get out, what happens with your brother?
Yeah, nobody wanted me. I needed a place to live. And my lawyer didn't want me going to my mother's. My mother didn't want me coming to my mother's. My niece, my sister, nobody wanted me going to my mother's because my brother was there. He got divorced when I was locked up. He lost his business while I was locked up. He lost his 33-acre horse farm when I was locked up. And nobody wanted me to come home because he was in such bad shape. But it was either that or a homeless shelter. So I just said, let me just get out of here and we'll figure things out afterwards. So I went home with my brother and mother.
You suspect that he was a victim of Dennis Pegg. He knows you were, but you guys never, even when you get out of prison, you don't talk about it.
No. My brother didn't want to confront anything, didn't want to talk about anything. It's quite often the case, like members of family won't talk about what happened. And I thought when I was in prison, sitting in my prison cell, I would have these amazing conversations with my brother when I got out. And then when I got out and the shape he was in, the path he was on, it was difficult.
Do you think he felt guilty that he didn't protect you from his
I'm sure that's part of it also. He said numerous times, I should have been the one that killed Dennis. He said that over and over to me. Yeah.
When did you find him?
It was 2 years ago this past February. He was spiraling. He had gotten sober for 9 months, but he was like a dry brush ready to catch fire. He wasn't doing anything spiritually, therapy-wise. I finally got him to go to the gym, start working out. So he eventually started drinking again. And even on his last day of life, I went to the gym and I said to the gym owner, was my brother in today? He goes, yeah. He goes, he wasn't feeling that swift, but he was here. I said, okay, that's a good sign. And I went home and his truck was in the driveway. And I went upstairs, and there he was on the kitchen floor. And I thought he had killed himself. I thought he had shot himself, and I started screaming at him, how could you? And then I got closer, and then there was no gunshot wound. And I called 911, and I started CPR. And I did CPR until the ambulance got there. CPR is exhausting. And it took every ounce of me to keep going until they arrived. And then they worked on him for an hour, but he was long gone by the time I found him.
Do you think Dennis Pegg killed your brother?
Yes. Yep. And there's been times where I wish I could resurrect Dennis after my brother's death
Why?
to do it all over again. My next door neighbor, Jeff, who was like a brother to me, put a shotgun in his mouth at age 23 and blew his head off. And my brother and I found him in his house. So not only do I find Jeff, then I have to find my brother. And I blame Dennis for both of their deaths.
I do too.
Yeah.
So since prison, since you killed Dennis, have you drank? Have you done drugs?
Nope. This past June, I celebrated 13 years sober.
Wow. Was it hard?
The first 2 years were in jail. And therapists will tell you 18 to 30 months it takes for your brain to rewire itself from the pleasure chemicals of drugs and alcohol. And during those first 2 years, here I'm facing life in prison. And I'm saying to myself, I cannot wait to see if I get out from under this life sentence so I can have a glass of red wine and a line of cocaine, because they went perfect together. And I would say that to guys on the tier that I was friends with. I'd be like, man, I can't wait to do a line of coke with a glass of red wine. And then sometime after that second year, it just like a light just like hit me. Like a meteorite came into my being. And I was like, are you out of your mind? Like, you can never go back to that. I can never go back to living like the animal I was. That died that night with Dennis, living that way. And I snapped out of it. That was it.
Wow. And no gambling, nothing.
No.
Instead, it seems like you've been very busy changing laws.
Yeah.
What happened in New Jersey? What's going on there?
There was advocates working for 15 to 20 years to get a new statute of limitations law. What statute of limitations law allows is for victims of sexual abuse to sue their abuser or the organization that harbored their abuser. Mm-hmm. We had the worst law in the country. Our law stated in New Jersey that at age 18, when you officially became an adult, you had 2 years to file a lawsuit. So if you got sexually abused at 8, 10, 12, 15, you're going to come forward at 18 to file a lawsuit? It basically was a dead law. Like nobody's going to do that. So our statistics said that people don't talk about their abuse until age 48 to 52 is the norm. So we championed a law that took the age up to 55. And what was really holding it up is we wanted a 2-year open window where when the law went into effect, a 2-year clock started ticking where anyone, no matter what age, the law went up to 55, but in that 2-year window, you could be 85, 75, 65 and come forward and file a lawsuit. And the Catholic Church were the ones fighting that law. At every hearing, their lawyers were there opposing the law, saying it would bankrupt the Catholic Church. They literally said, your sons and daughters' parochial school will go out of business if this law is passed.
I mean, how do people maintain any court decorum and in that situation? I mean, it makes you want to scream in the courtroom.
Yeah, it was... The Catholic Church it really gets me wound up. And it's not to do with your faith. Yeah. It's to do with the hierarchy and the way it's run and what they've allowed. And they've harbored their priests to keep them from facing justice. And they're sending their lawyers to stop a law to help victims. And yet they come out and say, we're all for victims. No, you're not. You're not.
And so you spearhead that. What is it in New Jersey now?
The law, we got it passed
Okay.
finally, unanimously. I worked for 2 years as an advocate.
goodness.
I had a lawyer say, your story's so over the top, maybe you can use it to sway some of the senators that are holding up the law. And that's what we did. We started meeting with senators, and 2 years later, it went up for vote, and it passed unanimously. And we went from the worst law in the country to the strongest law. So, victims have up until age 55 to come forward, so it gives them plenty of time to heal. And that 2-year window did happen. It went into effect. And, it's something like if you told me back when I have a mob hit on me, that I'm going to work as an advocate and change laws, I'd be like, really? Yeah, you think so? I think you're delusional, Steph. But that's exactly what happened. And myself and every other advocate that worked on that law can go to their grave, knowing we accomplished something great.
Have you been to Dennis Pegg's grave?
No.
Okay.
No. I know a couple people who reached out to me and sent me private messages on Facebook saying they visited it.
Oh, we had half a mind to go and spit on it.
They did something a little worse to it.
Oh my God. So you're like, they did it. It's
Yeah,
fine.
they got it covered for all of us. And people, if anybody's just listening and be like, oh, you're talking bad.
Yeah.
You really did that to somebody. The guy was a monster. He wasn't a human. I've said that over. I can't stress enough. A literal devil. The devil. What more could you stereotype the devil as than what this guy was?
Yeah. There's no salvation for someone like that. You guys know that we have been huge fans of Shopify ever since we opened Grandpa Mingo Studio to sell his limited edition artwork. But now, and this is a secret between you and me and Shopify, we have a special project in the works. And like Grandpa Mingo Studio, we couldn't have done it without Shopify. I think I would have been so overwhelmed. It wasn't even a question if we were going to use Shopify or not for this project. They are the best one-stop commerce platform for your business, big or small, with the world's best converting checkout. Shopify's POS, which is their point of sale system, it's like the secret weapon to their stores with in-person checkout. I mean, you can start selling in no time with reliable hardware that's ready to go out of the box. Don't have a permanent store? You can also use it with their wireless POS software. You can easily sell at pop-ups, farmers markets, art exhibitions, and more. I mean, design fast, also with AI, choose a stylish theme, or build completely custom for full control. There is so much that you can do on Shopify, and it makes it so easy because all of these things sound complicated, but not with Shopify. And I have seen so many of you guys starting your own business. I'm telling you, give it a try. Get all the big stuff for your small business right with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. Shopify.com/rotten. You did something interesting in prison.
Where are you going with this, Steph? I don't even know.
You helped someone write a love letter.
I helped a Spanish guy who was facing 10 years, and he had an English girlfriend, and he did not have command of the English language. And he asked me, would I write a love letter to his girlfriend about, how much he loved her, and please wait for him, and he'll be back. And
did it work?
I don't know. He got shipped off to prison, and that's the last I ever saw of him. So I don't
In
know.
my mind, it works.
Yeah. So no, I wrote letters for guys to their lawyers, to their public defenders, to the judge, and to their family members. I felt I needed to do stuff for other people to make myself feel better in that situation. Just like I needed to do good things. because I was in such a dark spot when I was locked up. So I constantly did that.
So you never wrote a letter to like a college sweetheart?
Nope.
Did you think about it?
I did. And I thought, I'll never get to see Lisa again. I'll never get that chance, to ride off into the sunset, swoop her up off her feet, especially early on when I was facing life for those 3 years. And then I never heard from her. And I'm like, all right, well, that's that.
I mean, how often did you think about your college sweetheart?
I thought about her my whole life. Like, she was inside my skull scratching. Like, literally, like, tormenting me. Clarky, why, Clarky? Why? Why could you not commit to me? And just the shame of that. Like, victims love to just shame themselves. So that would add shame to my shame. And then doing drugs would add shame to my shame. And getting involved with the mob would add shame to my shame. And not being able to tell my father would add shame to my shame. So, like, we're just constantly shaming ourselves. And so Lisa was just another source of shame. And so, no, I never, I thought I missed my chance. And after that law passed, that law took up a lot of time. I was working full time. I was speaking, started motivational speaking. And then when the law passed, I'm like, what now? And I was working as a chef, assistant chef at a busy restaurant. I'm driving home late at night one night, and I'm like, I either want to get a pit bull or a girlfriend.
Wait, this is a crazy multiple choice.
So pit bull, girlfriend, pit bull, girlfriend. And I'm like, it's not fair to any girl I get involved with if I'm still thinking about Lisa.
So you never stopped thinking about Lisa?
I never did. And I'm like, to get into a new relationship, to get into any relationship, I've got to confront Lisa. I found her on Facebook, and I drafted up a long Facebook message, and I deleted it. And I drafted up another message. And my thumb hung over the send button. And I debated, is it better to keep the fantasy? Maybe I'm just making it up in my mind how amazing our love was and how passionate we were for each other. Maybe like time has made me delusional, and it wasn't really all I think it is.
Because you hadn't seen her since you were 20.
I was probably 23 and she was 22.
And how old are you at this point?
When I got released, I'm 50 years old. And then I worked on the law for a couple of years. So now I'm like 52, 53.
Wow. Okay, and now you're like, I don't know. But you send it, right?
So do you keep the fantasy alive and not send it? Or do you pull up your big boy pants and say, let's see what the hell's going to happen here, and you send it? You got to send it, Steph. You got to take chances. So I sent it out.
Yeah.
And I was literally like a crackhead waiting for his dealer to call him back. Like, I checked my phone. I'm at work. I had to check my phone 100 times.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, oh, I knew I shouldn't have sent it. And then she replied. And then I replied. And then she replied. And I replied. And she replied.
Was it awkward? Was it?
No, it instantly started to flow. She thought I couldn't commit to her all those years ago because I didn't love her. And that wasn't the case. I explained that to her. And I explained it was because of all the pain I was harboring inside, and I just couldn't be intimate with somebody.
Yeah.
And has she heard about what happened at all?
Yeah, like I said, my one roommate and her one roommate ended up married.
Oh, yeah.
And her roommate reached out to her and filled her in. She had written me 3 letters, I believe, when I was locked up, and she ended up ripping them up because she just wasn't ready to open that door again. She just couldn't let herself feel vulnerable at that moment.
Yeah.
Now that I was released, she allowed herself to be vulnerable and opened up. And I said, why don't we meet for coffee? She was in New York. I was in New Jersey. Again, she's still thinking I didn't love her. I'm telling her I did. She's not really believing me. So I brought ammunition with me to that first coffee meeting to prove to her that I did, in fact, love her.
What was that?
She had written me a lot of love letters and cards back in the day, and I had saved them. And over the years, whenever I would start lamenting her, I would get out these love letters and reread them and feel connected. Whenever I would feel a gap between us forming, I would get her love letters out and reread them and get that bond back together. And I brought a briefcase with me to the coffee shop, and she said, do you always bring a briefcase with you when you have coffee? And I said, there's something inside there I want you to see that will show you that I loved you. And I opened it up, and I took out all the love letters from when she was 21 years old and 20 years old and 22 years old. And we sat there rereading them, and that sort of sealed the deal when I told her this is how I stayed connected with you over those 30 plus years.
And you didn't really talk to her during those 30 years.
No, there was not one word. Nothing between us.
You just read these letters.
Yeah.
Wow.
And stayed connected that way with her.
Wow. Did it feel weird? I mean, I'm sure you guys look different from when you're 20. Or did it feel like nothing changed?
She kept saying to me, we've led two totally different lives. We're two totally different people. You know, we're not the same we were back then. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. Just let's go have a coffee. And by the end of that coffee, it was back on.
Okay, so you have a few letters. You're saying some of them are too risque for us to read out loud, right?
I don't want to embarrass
but there's one.
Lisa, but I think this one from July of 1989. Can you believe that?
Wait.
1989.
And you...
Should we bring out the author of this letter? Come on, come here, author.
Lisa, read them. I read about their love story in the book, and I'm the #1 fan. I call you guys Lark, which is the ship name, which is when you combine Lisa and Clark. Hello, Lisa. Okay.
Hello, Stephanie.
I mean, you have to tell me, what was it like seeing him at that coffee shop and the briefcase? What did you think was in the briefcase?
I didn't know it was in the briefcase. I mean, first of all, seeing him after like 3 decades, it was unbelievable. The 2 weeks that we were in communication with each other, we were kind of getting to know each other again. But we always would banter back and forth and tease each other, and we always had a very playful relationship. So it was kind of, we got back into that rhythm.
Yeah.
We actually didn't have a phone conversation until we saw each other. So it was kind of like we hadn't spoken on the phone yet.
Oh my goodness.
And we met for coffee, and I was so nervous. I remember I was like, okay, I don't want to seem too anxious or too interested or whatever. I didn't know what was going to happen. He had led this crazy life. So there was a part of me that was a little nervous, like, who is this person? Is he the same person I remember from college years? But I just felt this burning desire to explore it and to see him. And I was so impressed with what he was doing with his life, from where he was and where he is now, that day when we were meeting, and all the good things he was doing, helping to change the statute of limitations law in New Jersey, being an advocate, speaking out, getting other people to speak out. I was truly inspired by him. So I said, I have to at least meet him for coffee. Even if we just have a friendship, like, I just felt like this was something I just needed to do at this point in my life.
Did you think about him as often as he thought about you?
Probably not. Sorry. I mean, I was so busy living my life, you know. I was growing a business. I had children. I was married to somebody else for 20 years. The marriage was deteriorating, and but at the same time, I did think about him because I felt like he was that one person. I think everyone has that one person that their first love, and that person that there was never any sort of closure with Clark. When the relationship ended, I still loved him, and I didn't understand why we didn't work. And the connection was definitely unlike any other connection I'd had, even, you know, my marriage. So I just felt like I had to do it. I just didn't want to spend my life regretting not seeing him, not talking to him.
So Stephanie read the book and was telling me about how Clark was saying that you're this force of nature when you guys
storm.
Yes.
The first time you guys met, it was in the library, and then you just plopped down and
Right.
Yapping.
It was the L Center, which was the student center at Northeastern.
So can you tell us your point of view?
So when I walked in, I mean, first of all, I was a freshman, he was a sophomore. And I grew up in a house. I'm one of 3 girls. I was the middle daughter, and I was more of the rebellious person. And my parents were like just always, I had all these rules, you know, that I had to follow. And when I went away to college, it was like, I felt like I was just being let out of a cage. You know, my parents were very strict. So I just felt like when I was in college, and that was actually, I met Clark, I think it was the first semester that I was there. So it was the fall. And I just felt free. And I just walked into the L Center, and I saw this young guy sitting, and he looked so lonely because he was sitting at there was like a round table and 4 chairs, and he was like alone, except he was in one chair and there were 3 empty chairs. And I was like, all right, maybe I'll just sit down and say hello. And I just did. And he looked at me, and like, his blue eyes just captivated me immediately. But he was really quiet. And I was like, blah, 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 just talking all about myself. And I don't think he really knew what to say. And I don't know if he'd ever met anyone quite like me. So, from his little town of Stillwater. So, yeah, I just kind of talked, and then I finally paused and said, and do you ever talk? And then he did.
This is so funny because in his book he writes that he was just trying to focus on schoolwork, and he says like, no, he looked lonely, so I needed to.
I felt like I needed to just talk to him, and yeah. And that was our first meeting, you know, and it was intense right from the start. I feel like he invited me to a party he was having that weekend at his apartment, and I got there, and I was just looking for him, and we shared our first kiss that night.
Oh my God.
I was 18 actually when we met, so it was a very long time ago. And Northeastern was a co-op program, so we were kind of coming and going. There were not cell phones at the time, so just connecting and reconnecting with different semesters, you know, was interesting. But we always seemed to find each other. So,
Do you guys still have the same dynamic where you're the one that's like talking his ear off, or
He's now the talker. I don't know if you can sense from the interview. No, I absolutely love talking to him. When we reconnected, it was like getting to know him all over again. But he was a different person now. This was 6 years ago, but he was a different person than when I knew him back in college. I mean, he was a free person, free from prison and also free from, his secrets.
Yeah.
And he had healed and he was evolved. And it was like our relationship was a million times better because we were both in a different place in our lives. And the timing was right for both of us.
You guys have a very interesting energy. I've never experienced this before, where you meet a couple and you feel like you are the side character in a romance novel. And you're like, oh, I'm just a side character. It's actually not my main love story. Like, you guys have such fascinating, and you're getting shy. Are you guys getting shy? I'm getting shy. You guys are so fascinating.
I'm watching. Smile from ear to ear. He's smiling more than you.
I think it's because I feel like we have maybe a similar dynamic where we call it yapping.
Yeah.
So I yap to him, not with him. Yeah. When the cops came to arrest you, they searched your room and they found your love letters.
Yeah. When they
Yeah.
come to your house, they like trash it. They dumped every drawer out, tore the bedding apart, the closet, everything was out. I had 2 cedar cabinet desks and, just everything is dumped out. And my mother went to try to put everything back together in this room. And she came across letters addressed from Lisa and saw the postmark from 1989, 1990, 1991, and she said, what has Clark held on to these for so long? These have to be as valuable as gold to him. So I got to put these in a safe place. So my mother went through my mess, scooped up my love letters, and held them for me until I got released. And then she's like, I found these straightening out your room. Why have you kept all these letters? And I'm like, that's how I stayed connected with Lisa, Mom, over the years.
Do you think your mom knew all along?
Yeah, I would tell my mom. I would cry to my mom. Not every year. Or maybe it would, maybe after the mob threatening my life and having the FBI come say there's a hit put on you. Maybe I sat with my mom then and said, man, I've really allowed life to get away from me. I wish I had never lost Lisa, and cried with her over that. But her and I had talks over the years about Lisa. When Lisa would come and visit, she would get up early and go sit on my parents' bed as they're both still in bed, my father and mother, and have these long talks as they're still lying in bed. And they just loved her.
Wait, could you read us a snippet of the letter you wrote him?
Sure.
Have you read this since?
Oh
when
my
was
gosh.
the last time?
When he first showed me the letters and I started to read them in the coffee shop.
Oh my goodness.
I started hysterically laughing because reading a letter that you wrote 30 years ago at that point in your life where you're just all hormones, you're 18, 19, just discovering love.
So this letter she got for me, it says, for yesterday's memories, today's love, and tomorrow's dreams, I love you. Do we know what parts you can read?
So, yeah. Oh, boy. So this was written July 16th, 1989.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And, when he had these letters, I realized that this is true. Yeah. You just never could believe someone would be thinking about you for 30 years. But when they take your letters out of a briefcase and show them to you, you're like, they really were thinking about me all this time. No one holds on to letters for 30 years unless that person really meant something incredibly deep to them. Mm-hmm. So it made it real for me, seeing the letters. So, all right, here we go. Dearest Clark, We've shared so many memories together, both good and not so good ones. I like to remember the good ones because they're the ones that stick out in my mind. The time that we drank wine at Ed Burke's was an early memory, but one that for some reason always sticks out in my mind. The next sentence we'll skip.
I don't want to know what happened at Ed
I think knowing that you would go to all lengths to satisfy me really intrigued me. All right, that's as risque as we're getting. I often think about the quiet times we've spent together, just staring into each other's eyes across a dinner table when we were out, or when we were in bed together holding each other. I see something so caring and wonderful about the way you look at me that somehow makes me shake. During times like that, nothing needs to be said because I know what you're saying to me with your eyes. Those romantic times were great, but the wild and crazy times were great as well. Skip the next sentence. Oh my gosh. Where am I up to? All.
You guys are getting lost in the non-sentences.
All of these times that we've shared have become cherished thoughts that are embedded in my head and my heart. I don't exactly know at what point I actually fell in love with you. I just know that at this point, each day I spend without you is a torment. Every time I get off the phone with you, I feel alone again. I get through each day with the thought that one day soon we will be together and I won't have to ever feel lonely again. Those are my dreams for our tomorrow. I miss you so much right now that I hurt. I need you, Lisa. So, yeah, so imagine reading that letter 30 years later and feeling all those emotions that you felt.
Yeah.
It was incredible, and it's still incredible.
And you kept those letters in pristine condition.
In their envelopes.
Yeah.
But this is how we communicated, because we didn't have cell phones. So I wrote him lots of letters, and he kept them all.
So what do you guys do now for fun together?
What we really cherish is
Yeah.
Sundays and Monday mornings we have together to have coffee.
It's our time together.
We just love having coffee together.
We just like to explore different places to walk. And we take our walks and we cook together, which we love to do. Clark's an incredible cook. We like listening to podcasts.
Especially
watching
Clark's.
movies. Yes.
Do you watch all of his podcasts?
I do. And I try to give him constructive criticism. I think his platform is so important. And I want him to grow. And I think he's doing such meaningful work. Yeah. And he continues to inspire me. Ever since we reconnected, I tell him he's a constant source of inspiration for me.
Yeah.
Lisa made the comment one time, it doesn't matter what we do as long as we're together. Yeah. So the day before we flew down to do your show, my mother was in the hospital. So we had to go pick her up from the hospital. It took a while, to get her discharged. Drove her home, got her home, and the same thing we just took her from the hospital for happened again. And we had to turn around and drive her back to the hospital. And we met my sister there, and we were there a while. And so it was a really long day. And then eventually we had to leave my mother there. And driving home that night, I said to her, I go, you made the comment one time, it doesn't matter what we're doing as long as we're together. So I hope that holds true for today as well. And she's like, of course it does.
Yeah, we're a team for sure. And I think that's when you know you're with the right person. Because it doesn't feel like a chore to do that. You just want to be there for them.
But is your mother okay?
She's home now.
Yeah.
She's got some medical issues we got to get straightened out, but she's home right now.
And Clark and his sister are such a great team. Like they come together and they take turns and help. And she's 96, his mom. So yeah,
August 31st, she'll be 96.
yeah, she's turning 96 this month.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Is she happy that you two are back
Oh my
together?
gosh. She's one of my biggest fans. She calls me Lisa, my love, just like Clark.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so happy you're back in Clark's life. I always knew that you were the one. You were so special. She said, I'm just so happy that you're here.
I feel like moms know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stop. Okay. Lisa, we need a podcast episode on Clark's podcast review, which I'm going to link in the description along with his book. And I would be obsessed if you guys filmed TikToks together. I don't know. I just want to know more about your life. Okay. I'm obsessed to the point where I genuinely feel like I'm a side character in a rom-com at this point. Like, you guys have some intense chemistry. I can only imagine those letters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask a final question?
Yes.
Clark, I know you commented that there are seasons to life.
Yes.
What would you say what season you're in right now?
I would say, you know, and I tell people this because there's so many times I thought of giving up, but I always retained a little glimmer of hope. And, you know, so there's like cold, dark winters where nothing's going right in your life. You got the FBI telling you there's a hit. You've just committed murder. You're a drug addict. You're in prison. Those are all cold, dark winters. You're getting sexually assaulted and animals being beaten in front of you. Cold, dark winter. And I tell people, don't ever lose hope that sunshine awaits you and opportunity awaits you. And I would say in the spring is when you plant. I would say I'm just starting to harvest. So I'm in that spring to summer mode. I'm not in the full-blown summer of harvesting yet. It's been a long road to get to this point. That book has taken 10 years. I wrote that in prison 10 years ago. So for people that want to lose hope, like my book took 10 years. Like, don't lose hope. Opportunity awaits you around the corner. It's not going to be tomorrow sometimes, but it definitely awaits. And this book will instill hope in you and inspiration. That's what it wasn't written to be a trauma dump. It was written to give people hope that anything is possible. Like, I'm living proof that literally anything is possible.
Yeah. And you're reunited with
And I get the girl back at the end.
Yeah.
Like it should be a movie. Like,
Yeah, no,
my life literally has been a movie.
Yeah, no, they need a movie. I need a movie. You guys are incredible. Please keep us updated. Not even just us, but like our audience on everything you guys are gonna do.
All
Okay,
right.
Lisa, please promise me you're gonna keep us updated.
I'm gonna start
Yes.
taking some classes about TikTok videos
Yeah.
like tomorrow, maybe on the plane home. You never know.
Yes. And I am going to leave all of the links in the description. Thank you guys for joining
Thank you
us.
so much, Stephanie.
Thank
Thank
you,
you. You guys were amazing,
No,
amazing to
thank
us.
you.